All right. We in this Mickey flick. How y'all feeling? Y'all feeling Gouda like you shoulda? Are you feeling Gouda like you shoulda? If you're not feeling Gouda like you shoulda, I hope that by the end of this stream, you'll be feeling Gouda like you shoulda. You hear me? Even Jetto's got some words to say. All right, y'all. F is for friends that do step together. U is for you and me. N is for anywhere at any time at all. You're in the big blue sea. Today be game. Today be game. Right. Obviously a now. Alright. Nando. 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 I don't, this is a question, so I don't know if this has like okay. So you have to actually type the word in for it to show up or something. This is considered a noun slash adverb. Noun slash adverb. Alright. Can I type today? Obviously not. Alright. Next. Actually, we'll worry about the colors after the fact. Wakaru. Wakuru.
Wakaru.
Wakaru. Yeah. Wakuru. Oh, that's because I changed to instead of ka. I see. Why'd it change the color font? That was random as shit. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, in. This is usually K, but it's Ge, De, Dingen, De, Ge, Dingen, Dingen, Dingen. I'm assuming this is also a noun, right? I would assume. N1 is most difficult. N5 is the easiest for JLPT. So if you take the Japanese language proficiency test, JLPT, it's definitely N1 is the highest you can get, and N5 is the easiest one. So N1 being the hardest difficulty, and then N5 being the easiest. And this Dingen is considered a JLPT1 word. Interesting. Interesting. Dingen o hite Setsuyaku shimashou. Today's grammar point is Nai Uchiwa, which really means, well, one has not done something yet, is often followed by Nai Uchiwa, which literally means, while one has not done something yet, is often followed by a main clause that, like, don't do something, and expresses the idea that as long as one has not done something yet, you can't do something else, or that only after one has done something, something else can be done. Note that often this construction results in a double negative, which is perfectly grammatical in Japanese. Of course, in English, we have to avoid double negatives in these situations, and not until construction is a common translation. Uchi wa can be combined with te iru, as well, and expresses the idea while one is doing something, or while one is in the state of doing/being. For example, shukudai ga owaranai uchi wa gemu shicha dame. Well, you have not finished your homework yet. Don't play a game. You can play video games only after you finish your homework. Don't play video games until you finish your homework. Okay, I see the usage. Nai Uchiwa. So how can I... So if I say like... Waranai. Oh, Waranai. Right, is like Waranai. I think I had that in the last lesson, right? Which is like, what the fuck? Why did they do that? I think that means like maybe I don't remember. Was that in this lesson though? Alright, let's just look at the word. I think it's a I feel like it's a verb, right? Owadu. Owadu, I believe is the verb, right? To finish, to be close to be done, to come to an end. Okay, yeah, it's all right. Tabe nai uchiwa, or someone has not. Te form of a verb plus iru plus uchiwa. Yotte iru uchiwa. Yotte iru uchiwa. Iru uchiwa. Te iru. Yotte iru uchiwa. While one is doing something, while one has not done something for nai uchiwa. Te iru plus uchiwa while one is doing something. Sleepy. Definitely feel like I didn't get enough sleep. Definitely feel like that. Ideally, tomorrow should be Friday. Getting distracted. Definitely getting distracted. Okay. Nando. How many times? Can I say like today be game Nando? Nandoka. Can I say that? Today be game Nandoka. Today be right? See, but today be is spelled with katakana. So let me make sure I have this, and then gemu, and then this is the correct. I'll put the hyphen there. Oh, that's how you do that. Okay. Okay. All right. Today be gemu Nandoka. Today be gemu ga Nandoka. But then we need like this week. What is this week? Konshu. Is it Konshu or Konshu? Konshuwa, right? It should be like Konshu. Konshu. It's a small case, right? It's a small yo, right? Yeah. How do I? Konshu. Actually, let's add Konshu to the list also while we're at it. Konshu. Konshu, right? Konshu, noun slash adverb, right? Fukushi is an adverb. Oh, so we had another word that meant like next week. I think in the, here we go. Chisho, I think it was. Oh wait, Raishu, I was looking at the wrong shit. Raishu. What was it? Raishu? Rai. Shu. I want to say it's also one of these again. Let me verify. Rai. Da. Rai. Shu. I should have got that because Tai, hi, bye. Maybe not bye, but and I'm assuming Raishu is the same as, you know, Konshu, because they're both indicating what week. So we'll say next week, and then here, make these yellow. Don't do that. And then make these green. Very good. Need to eat. I'm starving. I have food next to me, but I'm not starving, but I'm just hungry. It's kind of a strange concept. So, Konshu. What do we say? Konshuwa, right? Konshuwa. Konshuwa terebi gemu ga nandoka. Konshuwa terebi gemu ga nandoka. Konshu wa terebi gemu ga nandoka. What if I change this ga, right? I think this is the way you would write this out. Let's copy that U real quick so we can paste this as we type it out. All right, so we have Konshu, right? Oops, Konshu. So this is a kyo right here, which is today, indicating the day. Like today, this week, I guess. I don't know, because I feel like this is also used for today, so I guess maybe indicating this week. So you use the same secondary kanji for week. Okay, so this is indicating this week. I guess today maybe has something, I don't know. And the same thing with this one is like next, I don't really know. Maybe that's something to do with next in general, I'm not sure. Have to look at the kanji breakdown if we wanted to figure it out for real. Actually, do we have? Yeah, so this kanji here means now. So like I said, this is usually attached with day, which means like today, but it means now. So, all right, if we look at this week, right, then this kanji radical, or this kanji means, sorry, not radical, because radicals are the individual parts. This kanji means come, do, next, cause, become. So this is like kind of like next or upcoming. Okay. All right. So this means today. Today, now. Well, it just says now, but I'm assuming it also means today because it shows up when you type in kill, which is today. Which makes me wonder, do you use Asobu with Today Be Gameu, or do you use Suru? Because in my lesson earlier they had Suru, but I've been using Asobu. So I don't know if that's incorrect. Konshu wa Today Be Te Re Re Te Ri Be Ge, the accent mark E. Gameu. Today Be Gameu ga not Bob or Bab, whatever the fuck I was typing in just now. Nandoka. Today Be Gameu Nandoka. I'll take the ka off of this statement, right? It's still a question, right? Yeah, I guess so. I don't think you have to add the ka to this actually then, because this is already a question in of itself. Nando. Nandoka. Nando. So we'll take off the ka, and that, remove the ka from there. Very good. Then we'll open up the comment section. All right. So what if we say like it has enough power to last until next week? So like kono, is it kono? It's definitely coal. It's definitely a coal word. I want to say it's, I don't know which, because kore is like this. Kono Dengen. This power source. Kono Dengen wa. That's not day. What is that? It is Made, right? Right? It is day. What am I trying to say? My day. My day. So let's say like Kono Dengen, right? Kono Dengen wa, because we're indicating what the subject is. The subject is Kono Dengen, the power source. Dengen wa, right? Kono Dengen wa. What was it? Made? Made? Kono Dengen wa Made. Iraishu? Iraishu? Raishu. Oh, let's see where I messed up. Okay. Kono Dengen wa Made Raishu. Kono Dengen ni, I think, right? It's not exact time, right? Made Raishu. Raishu. Kono Dengen ni. No, I don't think that's right. Kono Dengen wa Made Raishu. Or is it? It might be backwards. So let's try like Raishu. Raishu. Raishu Made. Raishu Made. Kono Dengen Dengen. And now what's, let me go back to lesson notes. Actually, it's a transcript. Den. Den means electricity. Minamato. Minamato is electricity. Minamato is source. So Dengen Minamato. Oh wait, the second kanji in Dengen. So Den right here means power. And then the Gen part, this part of the fucking kanji, or this kanji, means source. So power source. Okay. Gomenasai. So even the power button on the remote is called Dengen. Okay. So if you were to cut the power on and off, Denki Seihin Dengen o Ireru Ire Ru Re U Re Dengen o Ireru. Dengen o Ireru. Dengen o Ireru. But if we're turning off, Dengen o Ireru, like cutting on, Ireru. So Dengen, power source, o Ireru, to cut on the power source. Okay. Raishu Mare. Dengen o Ireru. But if we turn off the power, it's Dengen o Kiru, right? Right? Kiru? Yes. Raishu Mare. What if I take this part out and put this here? Excuse me. Kono Made. Kono, this Made until This until power source. This until power source. Kono made dengen. What? Why is it saying all that? Raishu. Kono made dengen o kiru. Kono made dengen o ireru. Dengen o kiru. Kono made dengen o kiru raishu. Kono made dengen o kiru raishu. Kono made dengen o kiru kono made dengen o kiru raishu. Need that U with the accent mark. Kono made. This until power source. Power source. Turn off. Kono made dengen o kiru raishu. So this until power source. Object marking particle. Turn off next week. So this until next this until this, I feel like it's supposed to be this power source until this. Is it kono made? I feel like it's kono dengen o kiru raishu. Or is it made? Kono dengen o kiru raishu. Um. Okay. So I think. Made. Kono Dengin. Aishu. I don't know if this is put correctly. Kono made dengen o kiru aishu. Kono made dengen o kiru aishu. This right? This power will be turned off till next week. Right? Yes. All right, we've added 5. Yeah, we added 5 terms to the list today. I think we can chill out. I think we can chill out from here. In terms of adding stuff to the list, yeah, I think we can chill. Your boy's getting tired, though. What do you mean? I did something about this the other day. Bro, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? I don't know what this means. What is this for? What was the 16th? What day was that? The 16th was a Friday. This joint not. So that boy trying to overcharge. All right, what are we going to? Are we playing video games today? Do we play games? Do we? Nobody's really on. Which makes sense because everybody's probably at work right now. But I guess we could play some. We could play Yu-Gi-Oh. We could. Do we play anything else though? Roadcraft. Crafting roads? That's kind of cool. Oh man. See that house damn near underwater? Why was that bridge like that? Who did that? Who did that? Oh, that's the military grade bridge traveling shit. Oh, is that like a contamination zone? First off, why would they repair that train track knowing damn well that ground was not solid underneath it? They brought out the heavy duty tank bridge, fucking bridge builder. Something tells me you need a bigger crane than that to move a bridge like that can swing like that. I know it's a small bridge, but still. This kind of reminds me of a game that I had when I was a child. It was a cat game. You know, Cat, the construction company. I don't know what their actual name is, but I know cat vehicles when I see them, of course. But it was like let me see if I can find it on Google, because Steam doesn't seem to have anything. what was it, like early 2000? No, not Caring for Cats. I don't give a damn about Cats, the PC game. I'm talking about Cat Construction. Here we go. Is this the game? Because this fucking game was, oh my goodness, this shit was fucking great. This doesn't. Yes, this is more like it. The fact that somebody actually has one or something. So this is how it came. This shit was fucking great. This shit was fucking great. Woo! Almost buzzed my ass just now. Good thing I was ready. The chair ain't know I was ready at that minute. Woo! And that's what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when you start gaining a bunch of weight and you start putting all your weight towards the front end of the chair. That motherfucker almost fell over. Yeah. Well, I mean, it did fall over, but it tried to get me to bust my ass. But however, I was ready. I was ready. Had the hand out, the catch mode. Yeah, but so this was the game. Obviously, the graphics were incredible shit, but it came with this. Like, you got a PC disc game, and then it came with this shit. Like, where's the shit at? So it was like this. Like, the game looked like that. You know, a box like that or some shit. But it was like a disc like that. And it came with the joysticks and shit. So you plug this in, you use the key to turn it on. You know, so you had the little shifters and shit. You know, go forward, go back, blah, blah, blah. But they were different vehicles. They weren't just like, you weren't just laying out the ground, you know what I'm saying? You could dig, you could do some other shit. It was like fucking cat vehicles. It was fucking cool as shit. It was a random ass game. Like, I mean, for me at the time, it was a random ass game in comparison to all the other games I had, but that shit was incredibly fun. No cap. Yeah, you put it on top of the keyboard and then it worked. Honestly, I really don't even know how that shit even works, because I don't even know if you plugged it in. I feel like you plugged it in, but I really don't know if you plugged it in. It might have been like, I don't think I ever looked underneath this, but this may have actually been like just key presses. Like when you move the joysticks, it press keys on there, because I don't think you plugged this into anything. Like it just strapped on. Yeah, there was no, it was just straps to hold it in place. Like if you didn't use the straps on the keyboard, sometimes like if you pulled the joystick back, you would pull it off the keyboard. So you needed to strap it on. But yeah, like you move boulders, you could do digging. That shit was cool as fuck. That shit was cool as fuck. Let me see here. Can we construction simulator. Oh, this looks official. American Truck Sim. Volvo construction equipment. Volvo construction equipment. Volvo. Not cat, but Volvo. But yeah, that's that was that. Yeah, that was pretty cool in my opinion. Alright. On Dune, you can now transfer your character, your base, and your vehicles to another server. Discordia just recently dropped too. Do we even play COD right now? I don't know what to play. See what the house is up to. Looks like there's a bunch of not voted so far. Yeah, it's catching up quick now. They're getting them tallies up quick. Who's this guy? I'm not saying he shouldn't be here because he has a disability or anything like that, or that he needs a walker. But my question is, does he need a walker because he's gone through something recently where he needs a walker? Or he has a disability that requires him to have a walker? Or is this because of age? Because if this is because of age, he shouldn't be in this role. No offense. Who's the guy with the walker? That's rude as fuck to say. Who's the black guy with the walker? Also rude as fuck to say. So how do I find out who this guy is? With a walker. Nope, not Nancy Pelosi, that's for sure. This nigga's name is Mark Walker. No, nigga. No, shut the fuck up. Why the fuck would I be thinking about Nancy Pelosi? But I said black. Alright, well, I can't figure it out, so fuck it. And where did he go already? That boy moved quick. But he moved out of frame and everything with the quickness. Looks like this is about to get passed, whatever this is. Alright, let's find out what's going on the House floor right now. What are they voting on right now? Let's find out. This isn't the same shit from yesterday. Well, I never did go back and check to see what the fuck they were doing yesterday. Because they on motion, that was proceeded before the debate. On motion to suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended agreed to by voice vote. Motion to reconsider laid on table agreed to without objection. To amend the Small Investment Act to modify the criteria for loans for plant acquisition. Suspend the rules and agreed upon by the yeas and nays, 2/3 required. Laid upon table agreed without objection. The use of artificial intelligence, HR Bill 5764. Almost to suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended agreed to by yeas and nays. Alright, that was agreed. 1 minute speeches. The House proceeded with further 1 minute speeches. Special order speeches. Okay. So they adjourned to 8. So they worked 8 hours yesterday. They got about an hour and a half lunch. They worked 8 hours. Actually, I don't even know if they worked 8 hours. Let me see here. Did they take another break? No, that was the only. Them niggas didn't even have 15 or nothing. Am I requiring too much of these individuals who should be civil servants? Civil servants? Is this why they can't get shit done? Because they don't take a 15-minute break and have a little snacky snack or something like that? Is this why? Because they convened at 12 at noon, so they had breakfast, could have had a big breakfast and all that, or brunch or whatever, and then they didn't take their actual break, or they didn't go on a recess until 4:40. Then they came back at 6:30. But they had an hour and 45 minutes, so they don't get no 15s, but they get An hour and 45 minutes, which means they still get a longer break than most individuals working out here in the private sector. All right, let's check to see what actually occurred today. So, oh my goodness. Consider this privileged matter. HR Resolution 109, which is what they just voted on. On agreeing to the resolution. This looks like the girl that was wearing that yesterday. Can't say somebody can't wear the same outfit 2 days in a row, but this looks like the same girl that was wearing that yesterday. I know I recognize those boots, those knee-high boots, but anybody can be wearing knee-high boots, right? Look at that fucking cane. Buddy's cane looks like it's built out of multi-materials. Like he recycled some materials when using it. Who's he talking to? Well, maybe he was talking to him to use the gavel, maybe?
What purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1009, I call up the bill H.R. 6945, the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6945, a bill to amend Part A of Title IV of the Social Security Act to clarify the authority of states to use funds for pregnancy centers and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1009, the amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 11917 is adopted and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Seems real happy about that commentary.
Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in favor of the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act, led by Representative Fischbach. What this bill does is really pretty simple. It ensures states will be able to continue to use TANF funds for pregnancy resource centers and the maternal care they provide to pregnant women and moms. That's it, Mr. Speaker.
This isn't the same thing from yesterday.
Resource centers offered material support and care to over 2 million women at more than 2,700 locations in 2024 alone, including diapers, prenatal vitamins, parenting classes, transportation, just to name a few of the many services provided to these mothers. These services meet the core purposes of TANF. Yet the Biden administration proposed a regulation to discriminate against the pro-life mission of pregnancy resource centers by forbidding states from using TANF funds for these centers. It was a deliberate attempt to sidestep the law to achieve a partisan political agenda.
Is that what happened?
Nothing, Mr. Speaker, in the TANF statute gave the Biden administration or any other future administration the ability to target pregnancy resource centers. Following pressure from the Ways and Means Committee and this chamber, the Biden administration withdrew the rule in its final days. Think of what would have happened to maternal care in this country. One of the few places women can get care and support would have been closed. In my home state of Missouri, 3 out of every $4 the state gives to pregnancy resource centers.
So they approved HR 109, HR Resolution 109, providing for consideration of the bill, HR 6945.
For their own care.
Hold on, let me turn this guy down a little bit. To amend Part A of Title 4 of the Social Security Act to clarify the authority of states to use funds for pregnancy centers and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill HR 6359, which I think was one of the bills from yesterday, actually. 6359. Okay, maybe it's not. Maybe I'm wrong about that one. I feel like we've seen HR 6359. I don't fucking know, honestly. With these fucking numbers, bro, I feel like I've damn near seen the same fucking numbers regularly, but 6359. To require institutions of higher education to disseminate information on the rights of and accommodations and resources for pregnant students and for other purposes, and providing for the consideration of the joint resolution. This was on the docket yesterday. This has something to do with yesterday's docket, because this was talked about yesterday about them. Where is the shit? Not the small businesses, not the fucking ARI shit, not small business shit, not micro loans. Where is the shit at? Loans and acquisitions.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, as families across the country are being crushed by rising costs and stripped of their health care, it's shameful.
I looked at this bill yesterday. It's obviously not on the list of bills that have been up for consideration the last couple of days, but I definitely looked at that bill yesterday. So if I'm watching this video now, or whatever, anyone else is watching this video who's saw me yesterday or wants to look at the VOD, look at this timestamp right now, and at 1 hour and 38 minutes, and a little close to the 2 hour mark, and then go through yesterday's VOD a little bit when we got to towards the end of our stream yesterday, when we were looking at what the House was doing, because we read this this bill for consideration, HR 6359, because we were wondering who had submitted that. If I remember correctly, Republicans had submitted it, and it was all Republican co-sponsors, and the bill essentially was requiring higher education to disseminate if there are proper resources for people who are going to be entering the institution and become pregnant, and if they have available resources where, I don't know if they're trying to say the institution should provide or help with assistance of resources, or if they just want the institution to verify if there are resources available to the students. And it's not just students who are entering the institution, but it's also students who are already there, who may become pregnant, who may be taking classes, or who may be attending classes in other XYZ while caring for a child, or giving birth while at the institution. You know, it had stuff to do with that. And then for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the joint resolution, HJ. Why is it a J now? I don't know why it's a J now. Providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of the Title 5 United States Code of the Rules, submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Public Land Order number 7917 for withdrawal of federal funds, federal lands, Cook Lake in St. Louis counties, Minnesota. What is this about? Which withdrew approximately 225,000 acres of natural forest system lands in Cook Lake in St. Louis counties, Minnesota, from mineral or geothermal leasing for 20 years. In 23, the the Bureau of Land Management issued the order to protect and preserve the Rainy River watershed, the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness, the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness Mining Protection Area, and the 1854 ceded territory of the Lake Superior, don't yell at me if I get this wrong, Chippewa, from the potential adverse effects of mineral and geothermal exploration and development. The joint resolution removes such protections and allows such land to be leased for the exploration and development of minerals and geothermal energy. So this land had been stripped.
The hospital needing emergency care and surgery to save their lives. In Illinois, a woman
Withdrew approximately 225,000 acres of land.
was subjected to graphic videos, told that having an abortion would make her infertile and ultimately mentally ill, and ultimately she was coerced into carrying
In 23, the Bureau issued the order to protect and preserve.
big bird. She
So they want to remove the protection.
and the so-called clinic never offered real medical care or follow-up support.
Wait, what is the Public Land Order 7917? When did this actually go into effect?
Have raised serious ethical and medical concerns about this.
It's 23. So this is what they're talking about. Nullifies the Public Land Order, which is what happened in 23. So they want to go back. They want to go back on the changes that were made by the Bureau of Land Management so that they can explore, so that they can lease out 225,000 acres, by the way. 225,000 acres of what is considered for the last two years as protected and preserved as areas that need to be protected and preserved from the adverse effects of mineral and geothermal exploration and development. So they want to remove this resolution so that they can lease it out and remove the protections, by the way. Lease it out for exploration and development of minerals and geothermal energy. They legit want to remove it for the same reason why the protection order was put in place. And so it's HJ Resolution 140. Okay, this is what they're talking about now. So they voted on HR Resolution 109. Right? I'm so confused about this. These are in parentheses. This is considered as unfinished business. Okay, so they went into recess earlier. So they started at 10 today. Also, when they do these morning prayers or these daily prayers, right? Do the Muslim I'm sorry, not just Muslim in Jews, but any other practicing religious individual that is part of the House or Congress, are they forced into being part of this prayer? Like, is that a thing? Like, because why is there, I'm not saying they shouldn't be there, but my question is the separation of church and state, right? Why are we offering prayer when starting the wait a second, they started at 10 a.m., debated for an hour, don't know what the fuck they're debating about, and then they had a break for an hour and a half. These niggas better not be going on break again till like fucking 4:30 or whatever again. They need to have an hour and a half break. I'm confused.
So proud to rise today in support
All right, let me turn the volume back up on this.
H.R. 6945, the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act. For too long, previous Democrat administrations have weaponized the Department of Health and Human Services against pregnancy resource centers by attempting to cut off their temporary assistance for needy families, or TANF funding. This bill puts a definitive stop to that harassment. It clarifies that these centers fundamentally meet the statutory purposes of TANF by providing essential assistance to children and expectant mothers. The TANF block grant is built on 4 specific statutory goals, and states have broad authority to pursue them all. Let's look at the second goal: to end the dependence of needy parents on government benefits through work, job preparation, and marriage. Cash assistance alone does not end dependence. It often merely just manages it. Pregnancy resource centers offer the best hope of achieving this goal by providing parenting classes and life skills training to help that mother move from a crisis to self-sufficiency. Pregnancy centers are the backbone of community-based support. The impact of their work
Considered
is
under the
undeniable.
provisions
In
of Rule
2024 alone,
HR
over
109,
2,700
which is what they just
centers
approved.
aided nearly 3.8 million women, children, and families. These centers provided over $452 million in total medical care, education, and material goods. As Democrats continue to attack pregnancy care centers, I have asked them repeatedly.
Why is it Democrats
if they have ever
that
visited a
are
center,
attacking
ever
pregnancy
bothered
care
to
centers?
Go and see what they're talking about.
Why is that
Because if they
the
they would see the compassion,
the repertoire,
support,
not the
and the
repertoire, but the
love that are present in these facilities. These centers
repertoire,
are staffed by trained
speech.
men and women who guide and support mothers, fathers, children, and families. They are for the families from pregnancy through childbirth and beyond, with parenting classes and assistance such as formula, diapers, and whatever else that family may need. The attempt to strip TANF funding from these centers was
Disquisition.
never about fiscal
Disquisition.
responsibility. It was a targeted ideological attack on organizations that provide a
Federation.
real alternative to abortion. Democrats say choice, choice, choice over and over, but they try to deny women the choice to choose life. H.R. 6945 codifies the operations of TANF to ensure these funding streams remain focused on its mission, helping needy families and children, rather than serving as a tool for ideological gatekeeping. I am incredibly proud of this bill, which protects the most vulnerable among us and ensures that every woman facing adversity has the options, resources, and
Declaim.
support she deserves.
Declamation.
Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Does the gentleman from Missouri reserve? Gentleman reserves, generally from California, is recognized.
Well, I would like to point out that the previous speaker said that these clinics have trained staff, but many of these centers pose as clinics, offer incorrect medical advice, and even go so far as to wear scrubs and white coats to appear as though they are trained. But actually, fewer than half of crisis pregnancy centers have a licensed medical professional on staff. 95% do not provide prenatal care, and only 1 out of 607.
Damn, I wish I had like fact checkers or
The
something.
facilities are unregulated. And now I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Congressmember Davis.
Thank you, Representative Chu. As we begin 2026 with Trump and Republican policies, squeezing workers, spiking costs, tanking job security,
Danny K. Davis.
the Republican leadership advances this bill to divert money.
Is this the guy that had the walker
intended
a second ago?
for children to dangerous anti-abortion centers. When my home state of Illinois and 4 other states are facing an illegal reduction of about $8.9 billion in TANF and SSBG.
He's been
funds
representing the
due to
7th
political
congressional
retaliation.
district of Illinois
Republican leadership
since
chooses to
November
approve a bill
5th, 96.
restricting women's reproductive choices. If Republicans really wanted to help parents care for their children, they would work with Democrats to ensure that HHS follows the law and immediately release the child care funds that HHS is illegally delaying from states across the country. Illinois receives about $400 million.
He seems like a nice gentleman, not gonna lie. Seems like a nice gentleman, just based on looks. Nothing else. Don't know anything else about him. Seems like a nice gentleman. Seems like he's looking out for his people after all this time. But I just would like to say again, I personally, you know what I'm saying, not to say if anyone's a bad person or a good person, I just don't believe anyone who's pretty much over the age of 50 to be representing any district in the country.
My amendment to this bill that would penalize HHS for illegally.
Not saying that anyone over 50 can't represent the general public, but most of the majority of the public is not in the age range that the individuals who represent us are in. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have gotten newer representatives, you know, these last few years or whatever, over the last couple elections, but it's obviously not enough to cover the majority. Buddy's been serving since 96. Let me bring him back down again. Buddy's been serving since 96. That means Buddy's been in Congress. I mean, in the House. Buddy's been serving. I mean, I guess in Congress. Yeah, in Congress, because the Senate is the other one. You know, the one we can't watch, but he's been serving in Congress, in the House, for 30 years. Well, this is going on 30 years, so hopefully this year he's going to retire. Not saying that just by looking at him that he needs to, but I'm just saying that hopefully this year he retires, you know what I'm saying? And then another Democratic or individual who is going to exceed his standards and go above and beyond what he's done for his people and what he hasn't done. I don't know what he has and hasn't done. Resolutely committed to preserving our democracy. Articulate voice for his constituent and effective legislator to apply to move major bills to pass. She has developed a unique and energetic communication style and interaction with constituents, setting up dozens of adversary task force to consider significant public policy questions. He looks like the type of guy. He hosts several weekly television and radio shows that feature audience calls and produces regularly written reports to every household in the district. He looks like the type of guy who would do this, and I approve of this. In addition, he maintains weekly office hours in the district and is widely sought after at the speaker of conference and events.
The loss of their precious babies' lives. Then, Mr. Speaker, two teenage girls took to the podium and spoke about.
But he was born. Oh my goodness. Buddy was born on September 6th in 41. He was born before the war was even over. He was born around the time when we joined in the war.
Through that very difficult time, and said if you weren't
he was born in 41. I'd like that to be pointed out again. Buddy was born in 41. He's been in Congress for the last 30 years. If you're not good at math, let me help you out. 1941 was 85 years ago. He's been in Congress for the last 30 years. So when he was 55, he joined Congress. Once again, at the end of the age bracket, I think that people should be joining into Congress. You know what I'm saying?
Human trafficking. I've written 5 laws on trafficking, including the Landmark Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000.
This guy is looking like, man, you're getting really energetic right now. He's like trying not to really show his facial expression, but he's definitely looking like you look like you're getting real energetic right now. You see the little bit of little force he put in those words?
She said, I was trafficked in 33 states.
Trafficked in 33 states? What the fuck?
Drugs, my belly kept growing, and soon I discovered that pregnancy would ultimately save my life. Fighting despair with a $1.38 to her name, she had almost
fuck 38.
She was connected with a woman named Phyllis.
Oh, $1.38. Maybe not fuck 38. I was like, nigga, what?
The pregnancy center provided me with free resources and support. And then, when the child was born, to take care of my son. I was able to realize and pursue dreams I had never imagined, because these people have such compassion, not the smear we hear from the other side. Compassion. And I'm amazed at that. that you say these things about these wonderful people. Years later, she applied, and now she's the executive director of the Branches Pregnancy Resource Center in Vermont. She's giving back. She was given so much by these individuals, and now she's giving back. Across the U.S., there are more than 2,700 pregnancy centers offering mothers and their precious children an oasis of love, compassion, and care. One report found that in 2024,
Why does he hold his pinky like that?
$452 million.
I don't know if anyone else is noticing that, but he holds his pinky.
There's so many nurses at these pregnancy care centers.
Oh.
You know, they do ultrasounds. And frankly, when the
He
woman
holds his
does
pinky
see the
like it's a
baby,
nub. That's what I was about to say. It is a nub.
You don't
It's
get
not
that
a
at
full
Planned
pinky
Parenthood
anymore. It
clinic
is a nub.
at all. They talk about it, the child being a non-entity and not a human being.
I don't know if this guy works. I'm assuming he works for him, because usually I'm assuming the people in the video are,
including the distinguished chairman from Missouri, that do provide TANF funding, and Biden was in the process of promulgating a rule that would have precluded that. We can't allow that to happen now or ever. This important legislation, again, I can't thank Michelle
Rules
enough for it,
provides-
would ensure that pregnancy
rule
centers
provides
do
for
not be
consideration
excluded
of-
or restricted from receiving
which is what they're focusing on right now. 6359.
And the smear campaign.
This is
that
the
they
one
suffer.
about requiring higher
Hopefully, the Supreme
education.
Court will soon
HJ
render
140.
its decision on a very important case coming out of my state.
This
And
is
I
the
do
one
think it'll be
about-
favorable. These are amazing centers, and we ought to
140
be supporting
is the
them,
one about
not
removing the
smearing.
protections
Yield
from the
back
land.
my time.
Oh, buddy was real upset.
Gentleman from Missouri Reserve. Gentleman reserves, gentlewoman is recognized.
Well, I wish the previous speaker could have met this Massachusetts woman who sought clear at a crisis pregnancy center after a Google advertisement led her to believe it was a legitimate medical facility where she could confirm her pregnancy. At Clearway, a nurse administered an ultrasound and told the plaintiff that she had a viable intrauterine pregnancy. The nurse was not licensed to diagnose viable pregnancies and did not undertake appropriate medical measures to rule out an ectopic pregnancy. Rather than referring the patient for immediate medical evaluation, Clearway staff focused on encouraging her to continue the pregnancy. As a result of the misdiagnosis, this woman's ectopic pregnancy ruptured, causing massive internal bleeding and requiring emergency surgery. She lost a fallopian tube and narrowly avoided death. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Congressman Snyder.
Gentleman recognized.
Thank you. And before I speak, I'd like to, ask for unanimous consent to introduce 3 articles into the record. One is from the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecologists, Crisis Pregnancy Centers, an issue brief. The second is Why Crisis Pregnancy Centers Are Legal but Unethical, from the AMA Journal of Ethics. And the third is Truth and Transparency in Crisis Centers, an article by a number of doctors from Women's Health Reports.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I think it's shameful that my Republican colleagues have brought this bill to the floor to funnel money to these so-called pregnancy crisis centers and away from programs that truly help families in need. My Republican colleagues are saying that these centers help women. In reality, too many of these centers trick women before they even walk in the door. They advertise themselves as real medical clinics. They are not. They might look like normal doctor's offices with ultrasound machines and employees in white lab coats, but the coats are for show and the employees are not medical professionals. Don't be fooled. The primary purpose of these centers is to deceive women, and the organizations promoting these centers are the same organizations advocating for a national abortion ban. Here's what should concern us all. These centers routinely spread medical misinformation and intentionally cause delays in accessing legitimate health care. Their theory is delay long enough, and women in crisis are effectively forced to continue their pregnancies. Now, you'll hear my Republican colleagues tout that these centers offer maternal care. They don't. Real maternal care requires real medical professionals who offer real, ethical, comprehensive health services, who are licensed and regulated, and who don't have a personal bias counter to the patient's medical interests or decisions. And yet my Republican colleagues want to divert federal TANF funding away from families in need and to these clinics instead. This is a disgraceful diversion. If my Republican colleagues were serious about helping children and families in need, let them speak out against the administration's illegal payment freeze for child care and child welfare funding. Right now, as we debate this bill on eligibility for TANF spending, the Trump administration is illegally holding more than $10 billion in federal funding for child care and family assistance, including TANF funds, to states including my own of Illinois, as well as California, New York, Colorado, and Minnesota. The administration is illegally withholding payments to states for child care, foster care, child protective services, and cash assistance to low-income families. Thank you. They're hiding behind false claims and unauthorized administrative barriers in order to inflict pain on states that the president dislikes. Let me be clear. These payments are legally required under law, and this freeze is unlawful. The administration needs to pay the states what they are owed. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Fong.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6945, the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act. Across our nation, more than 2,700 pregnancy centers serve nearly 2 million women and families each year. I have seen firsthand my local pregnancy centers in California and the services they provide, offering diapers, baby clothes, prenatal education, ultrasounds, housing referrals, and additional real compassionate support during life's most vulnerable moments. These services are valued at over $450 million annually and help families choose stability, self-sufficiency, and hope. The Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program was created to strengthen families, reduce dependency, and ensure children can be cared for in their own homes. Pregnancy resource centers, especially in rural communities, clearly advance those goals. However, under the Biden administration, a proposed rule was issued that singled out pregnancy centers and preemptively suggested state spending on these organizations would no longer be allowable. The Biden rule was never finalized, but there is a need to make sure future administrations do not pursue similar actions. H.R. 6945 ensures fairness. It clarifies that states may continue partnering with pregnancy centers without political interference, now and in the future. This bill stands for mothers, children, families. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, I wish we could think of the woman in Pennsylvania who was pregnant, who sought care at what she thought was a medically certified clinic. But during her appointment, the staff told her she had already miscarried and was sent home. And as time went on, though, she continued experiencing pregnancy symptoms. So she later went to a licensed doctor who told her she was still pregnant and that the Crisis Pregnancy Center had given her the wrong information. This misdiagnosis greatly increased her risk of having pregnancy complications. And now I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson.
Thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to this legislation that prioritizes a partisan agenda over the health, over the privacy, and over the autonomy of women. Most of these so-called pregnancy centers are not licensed medical clinics. Not licensed medical clinics. What's that mean? It means they can.
It means they shouldn't get state funding.
Share women's private medical information without their consent. It means they can and often do provide false and misleading medical information about abortion, about contraception, and about other reproductive health services for women. In California, my home state, our Attorney General was compelled to issue a consumer alert warning the public about deceptive practices employed by these centers. At a time when access to reproductive health care is under attack, our Republican colleagues are advancing a bill that funnels resources to organizations that mislead women rather than provide comprehensive medical care. And let me repeat, most of these so-called pregnancy centers
I'll be right back.
not licensed medical
I need to run to the restroom.
Conscience send our constituents for health care to unlicensed facilities. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from California reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Biggs.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The proudest title that I carry is one that was given to me some 26 years ago from my son, Mama. I've also been a nurse for more than 30 years. Not only do I have my doctorate in family practice, but also in psychiatric mental health. I've spent my entire life caring for others, especially women and families in crisis. I've listened to their fears, and I've worked to make sure that they weren't facing those moments alone. That's why I rise today in support of H.R. 6945, the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act. As thousands gather in Washington for the March for Life, we're reminded that pro-life cause isn't just about protecting the unborn, but it's about honoring life at every single stage. That means showing up with real help, not just during the pregnancy, but as families begin the journey of nurturing a child. Under the Biden administration, there were efforts to block states from partnering with pregnancy centers. This bill pushes back. It protects a state's ability to work with trusted local organization centers that offer prenatal care, parenting classes, counseling, and everyday necessities like diapers, formula, and baby clothes. I've visited centers like this in my own district and seen the compassion that they offer firsthand. These are places where women are met with dignity, not judgment, and where families are supported not just through pregnancy, but long after. This bill reflects what we believe, that every single life is a gift from God. Every mother deserves compassion, and every child deserves a chance. Because as Scripture reminds us, I will praise thee, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. I'm proud to support this important legislation, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
From Missouri reserves, the gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inquire as to how much time is remaining.
The gentlelady has 12 and 1/2 minutes remaining.
Well, I'd like to talk about in Kentucky, where a postpartum nurse with 20 years of experience was motivated to volunteer at a crisis pregnancy center. During her training, she learned that the clinic was using expired disinfectants to sanitize ultrasound equipment. And not only that, the kind of disinfection that the clinic was using was ineffective in targeting human papillomavirus, which causes 90% of cervical cancer cases. The volunteer nurse quit and she filed these whistleblower complaints with the state, but nothing was ever done, highlighting lack of accountability at these centers. And now I would like to yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Congressmember Doggett.
Gentleman's recognized.
In their incessant drive to impose a national ban on all forms of abortion, Republicans continue to block relief for millions of Americans who are struggling with soaring Obamacare health insurance premiums. Now today they offer this bill to funnel taxpayer dollars to fake health clinics. To deceive women, these so-called pregnancy crisis centers use medical jargon and dress up in scrubs, yet most of the 2,600 clinics do not have a single medical licensed professional. Instead, they rely on fear and misinformation to discourage vulnerable women as they're trying to make one of the most important healthcare decisions about what is best for them. Much more shocking than the waste that is promoted through this bill is the indifference with which so many extremist Republicans have shown to the right to life for the mother, the right to life for American women. Now, I chaired an Austin field hearing last August, and I heard dozens of tragic stories from Texas women like Caitlin Cash and Amanda Zarowski, forced to the brink of death before they could receive care for a miscarriage or hemorrhage or sepsis. An obstetrician, Dr. Donnell Oliver, testified, quote, "Women are dying, families are suffering, and medical professionals' hands are being tied." That's the result of the kind of strict abortion ban Republicans have imposed on Texas women that some here want to impose to all 50 states and all women in our country. You know, I think the death certificates for so many other women who've been denied treatment for pregnancy complications should really read the truth, which is the cause of death, the Republican abortion ban. For every American whose life is threatened by Republican extremist interference, I strongly oppose this bill and urge its rejection. I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Democrats are fear-mongering today. The majority of pregnancy resource centers have voluntarily signed on to industry standards, called Commitment of Care and Competence, created by Heartbeat International. These standards set an ethical code where they agree to adopt a transparent and honest service model. According to a recent report surveyed 2,750 different pregnancy centers in 2025, there were 4,779 licensed medical professionals on staff and 5,396 licensed medical professional volunteers. I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record a copy of the Heartbeat International's Commitment of Care and Competence.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yocum.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Speaker, from hearing my Democrat colleagues talk today, it's clear that none of them have ever been to a pregnancy resource center, and they certainly have never used their services. You see, 17 years ago, my wife Sally Ann and I found that we were expecting our first child. Sally Ann thought she was having some issues with our pregnancy when she was only 7 weeks pregnant. We were young, we were scared. We didn't have a place to turn until one of her friends suggested that we go to a pregnancy resource center. We went down to the Women's Care Center in South Bend, where they welcomed us with open and loving arms. They gave her an ultrasound, and for the very first time, we saw our child, who at that time was about the size of a peanut. Half of that peanut was a heartbeat. Most importantly, they assured us that our child was okay and would be just fine. When we went to leave, I had just one question for them. How much do we owe you? They looked at us and they said, guys, the services that we provide here are free. You can go along your way. They assured us that our baby was healthy, and it gave us such peace of mind. Here we are 17 years later, and our daughter Elle is smart, she is beautiful, she's a junior in high school, and we're out looking for colleges. The Pregnancy Resource Center in my community was there for us when we were young and scared, when we had very limited resources. But unfortunately, if my Democrat colleagues had their way, our health care would have been denied. Why deny the Sally Ann Yocums of the world access to the care that they need? Why deny people like my daughter Elle the care to make sure that they are okay? I wish my friends from the other side of the aisle would simply join me in voting yes today on this measure. I'd like to thank my colleague, the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fischbach, for introduction of this bill. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Well, let me say there is a comprehensive study by the Alliance for Women's Rights and Gender Equality They studied 607 crisis pregnancy centers across 9 states, and they documented a consistent pattern of deception, misinformation, and patient harm. Nearly 2/3 of the centers promoted patently false or biased medical claims about pregnancy, abortion, contraception, or reproductive health providers, and fewer than half reported having a licensed medical professional on staff. These are not isolated incidents, these are standard practices for these centers. And now I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentle lady from Minnesota, Congresswoman Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 6945. The Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act is yet another Republican betrayal, cruelly masked by a misleading title. After spending the last few weeks threatening access to child care support and doing literally nothing to help millions of Americans afford their health care, Republicans want to direct taxpayer dollars away from helping families afford necessities like food, rent, and child care to crisis pregnancy centers that prey on vulnerable women seeking legitimate reproductive health care. We've heard today that wonderful, caring people staff these crisis pregnancy centers, and I don't doubt that. But crisis pregnancy centers do not provide medical care, though they imply that they do. Crisis pregnancy centers are unregulated, they are deceptive, and they are dangerous. As an OBGYN myself for more than 20 years, I have seen far too many patients who have had at best confusing and at worst life-threatening experiences at crisis pregnancy centers. They don't serve patients, they serve the anti-abortion agenda. Let me be clear, every person has the right and deserves the dignity to make their own healthcare decisions, free from intimidation, deception, and coercion. At a time when our country has a shameful maternal and infant mortality crisis and is facing a worsening shortage of obstetricians, the so-called pro-life movement is focused not on helping women or supporting their families or delivering the IVF coverage the president promised. They are focused on denying women their reproductive rights and failing to deliver for American families. I urge my colleagues to stand for women and families, for dignity and for freedom, and vote no. I yield back.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Holy cow, Mr. Speaker. The things that you hear from the other side in this body could not be so not truthful, false. When they paint with a broad brush and says the most ridiculous items, saying that pregnancy resource centers do not help anyone? Give me a break. Where I come from, whenever someone says something useless, we call it hogwash. They are swimming in hogwash on that side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Well, it's not hogwash to this woman in Georgia. She sought care from an unregulated clinic that offered free ultrasounds and medical advice. She thought that was so great. The ultrasound technician incorrectly informed her that her baby's kidneys were filled with water and that she needed to see a primary care doctor. The diagnosis was incorrect, but the stress of that misdiagnosis severely impacted the mother. She said, "The irony in all this is that they could have caused me to lose a perfectly healthy pregnancy." And now I yield 3 minutes to the gentle lady from Wisconsin, Congresswoman Moore.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter a news article into the record. Child care providers seeking reporting unnerving stakeouts by Kristen Takeda, without objection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 6945, and despite the grandiose title, Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Children Act, this bill carves out, let's keep the main thing the main thing. What it does, it carves out an earmark for an industry with the narrow ideological mission to provide, I guess what I call anti-abortion, but Mr. Chairman over there, you called it pro-life, counseling services. And, you know, actually, this just does not fit within the 4 core purposes of the TANF bill, which is why the Biden administration prohibited this. No more than we provide monies for abortion counseling, which, if you stop and think about it, it would fit more neatly into the core provisions of the TANF bill, and that is to prevent unwanted pregnancies. But we don't provide abortion clinics with TANF monies, nor should we provide it to these clinics. You know, we talk about, I hear the tortured, Mr. Speaker, explanation of how this fits into the core duties of the TANF bill, and I hear them talking about the diapers and the formula and all the wonderful things. Well, the March of Dimes provides all that stuff too, but we don't provide them with TANF funds. No, this is a diversion from the already underfunded TANF program, which has been flat funded for 30 years at $16.5 billion. And now we have, according to the chairman, you know, millions of women, 2 million, how many millions of it, and 7,000 centers that are now going to be able to access TANF dollars. These TANF dollars were meant not to provide baby wipes and diapers for babies for up to their 6 months old, but to help a woman navigate her way into the workforce, to get job training, to have cash assistance until she can get on her feet, not to provide monies to stand up this ideological and, quite frankly, religious organization. And that is why I oppose this bill. And just let me say, I am going to later on, Mr. Speaker, offer an amendment that would allow states to use TANF dollars, again, not undermining this bill, but adding a section that would allow states to use TANF dollars for security at child care facilities, and to be able to gather evidence of harassment of child care providers, and to give local law enforcement the ability to secure the place for children. Because one of the core responsibilities of the TANF funding is to provide child care. 30 more seconds. Is to provide child care.
30 more seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. And if we don't, and this all comes because there have been vigilantes, Madam Chair, showing up at child care centers, people who are not health department officials, not auditors, showing up and harassing TANF recipients who need child care as we deny states monies for child care. But we have vigilantes, right-wingers that are showing up, and they are creating a crisis. Thank you, Mr. Simpson. They are creating safety concerns at our daycare. And so I will offer an amendment at the appropriate time. And I yield back to...
Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let the record reflect that this bill maintains the status quo of funding. Right now, people can use TANF dollars for funding. That's how it's always been. This is just protecting that it can continue to do so, because the prior president, President Biden, decided to try to eliminate it for the first time in history. And we're trying to prevent that. No future administration can do that. I do want to, Mr. Speaker, talk about one individual. We hear all kinds of examples over here. Let me talk about a 21-year-old named Faith, who found out she was pregnant. While driving down the highway, she saw a sign for a pregnancy resource center in Rolla, Missouri, my congressional district. While sharing about her initial visit, Faith said that the center specifically told her, quote, "Anything you need, we will help you get it," close quote. After being shunned, she was shunned by her family and pressured by her fiance to abort their unborn child. Faith decided to return to the Pregnancy Resource Center of Rolla, Missouri, Through talking with those at the center, Faith realized that she ultimately did want to have her child, and she gave birth to her son, Noah. Now, years later, Faith volunteers at the very center that helped her life and to protect her son, Noah. I reserve.
Reserve. Gentlelady from California.
I would like to clarify that this bill actually allows these funds to be free of any accountability. So it actually changes the way in which these TANF funds are being used. Right now, there has to be accountability if states use TANF funds for the crisis pregnancy centers. But what this bill does is, by amending Section 404 of the Social Security Act to state that nothing in this part may be construed to restrict TANF funding for pregnancy centers, this bill actually overrides TANF's statutory purposes, reporting requirements, penalty authority, and HHS enforcement provisions. As a result, any future federal effort to limit, condition, or review TANF funding for these crisis pregnancy centers could be challenged as prohibited by this statute. And so, even if that TANF center engages in deceptive advertising and does actions that even result in the death of a woman, there would be nothing that could be done about that crisis pregnancy center. And now I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to... Oh, I'm closing? I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated, my amendment, Mr. Speaker, would be added onto Section 2 of the bill and would just enable child care centers, the TANF to fund child care centers, which are now under siege and really compromising the security of our children.
Is the gentlelady asking for unanimous consent to insert the text of her amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking for unanimous consent to...
Without objection. Gentleman object.
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, given this and my great respect for you, Mr. Speaker, I will yield my time back to Ms. Chu.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and I'm prepared to close.
He's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is abundantly clear. Both the American Medical Association and the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists have raised serious ethical and medical concerns about so-called crisis pregnancy centers. These facilities are unregulated. They have no obligation to provide accurate medical information. They are not subject to HIPAA, and they are not required to protect patient confidentiality. Yet Republicans are determined to send them federal taxpayer dollars anyway. Now, I talked about this very comprehensive report by the Alliance for Women's Rights and Gender Equality, which studied 607 crisis pregnancy centers across 9 states. They documented patients' experiences at these centers. In one case, a patient seeking abortion care was misled into believing she was too early in pregnancy to receive medical care and was encouraged to delay seeing a licensed provider despite experiencing symptoms consistent with a pregnancy complication. In another documented case, a patient was falsely told that abortion would cause infertility and severe mental illness, information that directly contradicts established medical evidence. Several patients reported being reassured that severe pain or bleeding was normal, only to later require emergency medical intervention when complications were left untreated. If Republicans truly cared about TANF oversight, they would have spoken out when millions of TANF dollars were stolen from struggling families in Mississippi to build a volleyball stadium, and when the Trump administration stepped in to shield the perpetrators from accountability. Instead, they were silent. The bottom line is simple. Anti-abortion centers that spread misinformation and put women at risk should not receive taxpayer dollars, and certainly they should not receive taxpayer dollars that are completely unregulated. If you want to support parents and pregnant women, let's continue helping them. But that is why the House should reject this particular bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
I reserve.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats will make all kinds of wild and ridiculous claims about pregnancy resource centers. They have tried to twist giving diapers and ultrasounds to moms into some sort of nefarious activity. Giving diapers to moms. The millions of women who have sought and received care at a pregnancy resource center, they know the truth. I hope every American is watching this debate today on this floor. Democrats distract and fearmonger because they can't admit that pregnancy resource centers fulfill the purposes of TANF. These centers provide material support and assistance to women in need and reduce dependence on government assistance. They are eligible for state TANF funds, period. I want to thank Representative Fischbach for her very hard work on this bill. She has been a champion for women, mothers, and children her entire career. I'm glad she once again led the effort, this Congress, to preserve funding for pregnancy resource centers, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. All time for debate has expired pursuant to House Resolution 1009. The previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend Part A of Title IV of the Social Security Act to clarify the authority of states to use funds for pregnancy centers and for other purposes.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Moore of Wisconsin moves to recommit the bill H.R. 6945 to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1009, I call it.
So I don't know if y'all were listening or not, but they had talked about
Report the title of the joint resolution.
Hey, Dakota. Hi, I'm too bad you couldn't stick around. Well, hello. Why did the speech chat not read that message? Because I was hearing what was happening on stream. I just didn't get that message. Sorry, Dakota. Hi.
And St. Louis County.
Hope you're having a good one. Be safe out here. Hope everything is going okay, you know.
1009. The joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution.
Also,
shall be
I don't know if
debated
anybody
for
was
1
listening,
hour,
but
equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking
they talked about how
the Committee on
the
Natural
lady who
Resources
was
or the respective
in the debate who was opposing that bill
The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr.
said that the funds or that the bill is written in a way where the funds, if someone were to go back, next legislative session or tomorrow or whatever after the bill's been approved, to try to amend that bill, that
Without objection.
any federal oversight of that bill might be harder to do. And then also, I guess the TANF funds already had to, because, it's the voters' monies, what I'm saying, the people's taxes that are paid, that's paid to these institutions that aren't medical, certified medical facilities. They got back and forth commentary about whether they have, licensed individuals practicing, giving out accurate information, XYZ, blah, blah, blah. But what the bill says is that there doesn't have to be any reporting or anything like that. Essentially, that's what the amendment is. There doesn't have to be any reporting and stuff like that it already was there. So essentially, it overrides the what is it, TANF bills or whatever that they were talking about in the first place, that this kind of fell underneath under.
Cutting-edge defense systems and much more.
They approved this, by the way. So that, and then also they stated that was in the state of Mississippi or something like that, where instead of the TANF bills being used for the TANF bills being used for for those pregnancy resource centers, it was used to build tennis court or some shit. What did it say? The funds were misappropriately
25,000 acres of federal land in the Duluth complex
used for building like a
American
tennis court or some shit.
And global leadership into chaos. The decision undermined America's
China's rare
economic,
earth
military,
monopoly.
strategic interest in those
Control of
who are
processing 90%.
The minerals in the
Control of
Duluth
mining
complex are
70%.
called critical for a
Control
We need them.
of management 93%.
Nations, businesses, militaries, and
Exactly. That fucking checks for Mississippi.
acquire
But it's
these
like,
minerals. The only
what's
question
funny
is
is
whether they
like
will be mined
when you
here in the
watch shit
United
like that,
States
and they
by American workers,
propose, as Republicans proposing the bill, you know what I'm saying?
environmental standards, and most
Y'all want
advanced
resources.
mining techniques.
Y'all want states to, which is fucking comical, because Republicans are big government, and they said it in the debate. Government should stay out of the individual lives of the people, whatever, and people shouldn't have to require have to request the government for assistance when it comes to their pregnancy. But if you're going to one of those pregnancy resource centers that they're talking about, and those pregnancy resource centers are getting funds from the state governments, doesn't that mean that the government is providing assistance to you? Because the funds are coming from the government, the same government that's taking the taxes from the people who don't know if those funds are being utilized for the pregnancy centers or if they're building tennis courts. But now there's no oversight, and they approve the fucking bill. Oh my fucking goodness! You gotta love America.
It simply reverses the Biden administration's
All right, what the fuck are they worried about now? Providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8. Oh, this is the one.
Is a step toward the mineral abundance the American people deserve, and that Washington has
So,
denied them for too
let's turn this guy down real quick.
I want to thank the
So,
gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber,
HJ Resolution 140. This covers a bill that was a bill that was passed by like a policy that was put in place by the labor of, what the fuck is it called?
A resolution that would threaten
Bureau of Land Management relating to public order, number 7917. So essentially, in the state of Minnesota, not Missouri, sorry, because the other guy was from Missouri. So in the state of Minnesota, they made 225,000 acres protected lands so that they could be shielded from side effects of mineral mining in processing, I think it was.
And members of Congress on both sides of the aisle have long recognized in terms of
adverse effects of mineral and geothermal exploration and development. But what they're trying to do is what this whole debate about is right now, to get this fucking shit nullified because I guess Biden got this fucking shit put in place during his administration 2 years ago in 23. Actually, how long ago in 23 was this? Actually, I really don't know. But the idea is to remove the protections and to remove that order so that they can lease out the land for exploration for minerals and geothermal energy, which is great and all, resources and all, but if they made 225,000 acres of land, protected land, it's probably protected land for a reason. But as per usual, we don't care about the lands that our children will be living on or their children's children because we're like 80 pushing these bills. That's all we want is that dollar. $100 bills. Fuck these guys, bro. Fuck these guys. I don't even know who this guy is. He's a Democrat, though, I think. Well, let's turn this back up.
Congressional Review Act resolution on the floor today would overturn those protections, once again putting our beloved boundary waters at risk of toxic pollution from a foreign-owned mine. And if that weren't enough to convince my colleagues that this resolution is a terrible idea, I'll briefly touch on the abuse of the Congressional Review Act itself that this resolution represents. The Congressional Review Act, or CRA, has been used to overturn rules finalized by administrations of both parties since it was signed into law in 1996. This Congress and the Trump administration and Republicans in both chambers have been using the CRA to overturn public lands protections that have never been considered rules in the past. In an entirely unprecedented move, they're moving forward even though the Government Accountability Office hasn't yet ruled on whether they believe this public land order constitutes a rule that would be subject to the CRA. This administration and its allies in Congress have just unilaterally decided that they can do this despite the fact that the Department of the Interior has never before considered a land withdrawal like this to be a rule. Congress received notice of this withdrawal 3 years ago. If the bill's sponsor wanted to pursue a CRA, he should have inquired then. And if this CRA succeeds, it won't just open the boundary waters to pollution, but would set a terrible and dangerous precedent for Congress to roll back protections for any of our treasured
yeah, for like all the waters or for any of the resources or any of the lands.
Decided they'd rather pillage them for profit. Now, some places are just worth.
Remember, this is how we have the whole DuPont problem in the first place on the East Coast of all the fucking waters being contaminated and people being fucking morphed in fucking whole towns, fucking growing extra arms and shit, and babies coming out fucking deformed and shit because we were dumping chemicals because we're worried about Teflon and, you know, having non-stick surfaces on our pans instead of just, you know, people actually, you know, cooking properly to make sure their pans don't stick. I mean, I get it, pans stick, stainless steel, blah blah blah, but do we need stuff that's going to kill us? Exactly, and they'll blame it on fucking what is it, Tylenol, acetaminophen,
lease withdrawal in the area. But they established the Boundary Waters Canoe Area. Then they set a buffer zone around the Boundary Waters Canoe Area. And they said this other part of the Superior National Forest could be used to develop mining and also used for forestry purposes. Any deposits that we're talking about are not inside the Boundary Waters Canoe Area. They're not inside the buffer zone to the Boundary Waters Canoe Area. They're out in the forest that the Biden administration said you can't develop here anymore, even after Congress had already said this was the case. So I think what we're doing today is we're exercising our Article 1 power where an administration abused it and they tried to make rules, and the Government Accountability Office said this bill or this rule is subject to a Congressional Review Act. So here we are to right the
Didn't he
wrong.
just say
With
that
I
it
feel as much
wasn't
time as
subject to
we
Congressional
can
Review Act
from
because
the chairman of the subcommittee
the office
on
didn't say? Didn't the other guy just oppose it?
lead sponsor
These
of this
niggas be.
Mr. Sauber.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for
My thing is, right?
Mr. Chair, I rise today
you know, they're having this debate in front of all these motherfuckers who are part of the House or whatever. So the motherfuckers that obviously are part of the House or maybe aren't researching that shit, you know, maybe they're looking at some other shit or whatever, blah, blah, blah. You know, you're trying to convey, you know, it to them so they can vote yay or nay. A lot of these motherfuckers are probably just voting yay anyway, just based on party lines alone.
Mining for 145 years. We mined the iron ore that won us 2 world wars, and currently mine the taconite that is used to make 80% of this country's domestically produced steel. And before Biden's mining ban, we had the opportunity to mine the copper, the nickel, the cobalt, and other critical minerals that are necessary for this country to compete and win in the 21st century. That's because northern Minnesota is home to the Duluth Complex, the largest untapped copper nickel deposit in the entire world.
Isn't the whole reason why y'all want to strip the lands of America of its minerals and resources in the first place is because somebody is worried about making America great again and making sure that in their first term and now in their second term that more businesses are in America, utilizing resources from America and all that stuff, American made, American grown, American harvested, American blah, 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 all that stuff. Isn't that the whole reason?
504 acres. That's nearly 250,000 acres in the Superior National Forest, which is a working industrial forest where timber harvesting and mining are desired activities. This ban was a 20-year ban, where I will note, again, the Forest Service plan states mining and timber harvesting are desired activities. This PLO sacrificed thousands of good-paying union jobs that would support families for generations, along with billions of dollars of revenue for our schools and state and federal governments, and most importantly, our nation's mineral security. And it didn't only block our access to precious critical minerals, Mr. Chair, it also cut us off from one of the largest and most concentrated deposits of helium, a gas that is necessary in everything from medical and manufacturing equipment to the state-of-art defense systems. Just like our critical minerals were blocked from responsibly accessing the helium, making the United States more dependent on foreign imports and increasingly Russia's share of the global helium markets. When issuing this ban, the Biden administration even went so far as to state that its purpose was to prevent mineral and geothermal exploration and development. And when former Secretary of Interior Deb Haaland testified before the Appropriations Committee,
because we know that mineral extraction and mineral removal,
there were
along with
minerals there, end quote. The Secretary of
geothermal development is not the move for renewable energy resources. We know that's not the way to go. We know that's like essentially burning fossil fuels because that's essentially what using minerals are for. Geothermal, yes, it's more renewable. It's tapped in energy that the earth has, but it's not a renewable energy source, and it's also dangerous.
Federal Lands Policy and Management Act, or FLPMA,
if only like we had renewable energy credits in place or something, or if we had what is it, renewable alternatives that we could be utilizing and developing in America.
When it was finalized in January of 23. Public land
It's almost like something about this seems very familiar. Last year. I mean,
access to American resources rather, and is
it's almost like it was last year or something. Like this seems really familiar.
It is exactly
Niggas, bruh. Niggas, bruh. And they be wanting people to be stupid, bruh. Now I'm not gonna lie. The 161 other people who are watching this that isn't me or us, I don't know who the fuck they are. They might be like, you know, they might be like niggas who are like political niggas or niggas who are, you know, news networks or some shits maybe. But
Mr. Speaker, this CRA will not
this
greenlight any proposed project.
Like, just having this video feed on a daily every time they're doing something. I wish you could have it at the fucking Senate. But I guess, you know, there's more secretive things going on in the Senate that we of the public eye don't need to be able to see. I guess, you know, niggas, foreign entities really don't need to be able to see that and shit.
Lifting
But
this ban will simply allow the science and the facts to prevail. I urge my colleagues to support HJ Res 140, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the claim that Secretary Holland failed to notify Congress as required by the law, I'm holding the notification that went out 3 years ago to the gentleman from Minnesota personally, from the Secretary of Interior. So maybe there's a misunderstanding there, but we got the receipts on that one. And
yeah,
with that, Mr.
nigga
Speaker,
pulled
I'd
out
like
the
to give
receipts
6
for him,
minutes
cuz.
to the gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Nigga said I got the receipts for you, boy.
Thank you for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this legislation, which risks polluting the Boundary Waters canoe area, as it's been stated, our nation's most visited wilderness. If this resolution passes, the mineral withdrawal is overturned. Toxic sulfide or copper mining will contaminate the water, the habitat, and this priceless wilderness. The BWCA is a huge reserve of the most pristine water in the United States. So clean you can directly drink
Sulfide or
streams.
copper mining.
This water is under threat once again. In 2017, the Obama administration applied for a mineral withdrawal of the Rainy River watershed. The watershed's up here, which is the headwaters that flows into the Boundary Waters Wilderness and Voyageurs National Park. It started a 2-year environmental study, which included extensive public input and scientific review. While the
I like that they're watching the YouTube channel. I was wondering if people in the crowd were watching. But yeah, they're watching the YouTube channel to see if the sign is in good view.
By sulfur or mining.
I'm glad, because I was definitely looking hard as shit at that fucking sign just now.
Be completed, and their mineral withdrawals happened in 2018, protecting their waters. But the Rainy watershed was left unfinished. When President Trump took office, his administration initially promised to complete the study. Instead, President Trump honored his promise from a campaign rally and did not protect the watershed.
Does it have live
His
chat?
administration canceled the study for the Minnesota watershed.
Actually, yeah, that's a good question.
Scientific findings. This is what we received in the.
It does
Interior
not have
Committee
live chat.
said.
Comments are
It
turned
is
off.
a
No wonder.
entirely redacted study, no information, nothing scientific in it, nothing, all blank. Now, I serve on the Defense Committee. If we needed to go in a skiff, I would have been happy to go in a skiff and get this if it was so classified it had to be redacted. The protection of the headwaters for the BCA was abandoned. The Biden administration decided to finish the study, and they followed the scientific recommendations and the public input. So in 2022, a comprehensive environmental assessment was finally completed. The Forest Service recommended a mineral withdrawal to protect the boundary waters in Minnesota, just as it had for the waters in Montana and Washington.
She's looking at her like, did you not just hear her say mini?
17 years left of a 20-year mineral withdrawal.
Not mineral.
Protecting and preserving this water. But today, Republicans want to overturn those protections using, in my opinion, a legislative stunt. In January 2023, almost 3 years ago, the mineral withdrawal was completed. It was noticed under the Federal Land Policy Management Act. The law was followed. The Department of Interior notified the Congress with the withdrawal on January 26, 2023. And as my colleague, the ranking member from the committee just pointed out, we all received those letters. I received one, Mr. Stauber received one, the chair of the committee received one, everybody got a letter. Then Congress had 90 days to adopt a resolution of disapproval. Republicans tried to disapprove of the withdrawal, but they weren't able to bring it to the floor. Congress didn't ask. And the window of
That's a nice little waterway. I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't want that contaminated with no shit. You know what I mean?
The CRA wasn't created to overturn public land orders, especially one that is nearly 3 years old.
Eddie-san.
The CRA resolution.
I have a new statement also for you. It's similar to Genki. You know, like asking how are you. There's another statement. What was it called?
3 years later. Let me point out another in my opinion, a falsehood about this legislation. I'm the ranking member of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee. There is no immediate national security interest that would be advanced by mining in this watershed. How do we know this? Because Antofagasta has been pointed out as a Chilean mine company who owns Twin Metals. It is lobbying to undo the current mineral withdrawal and restore their leases to extract the copper. Here's what Antofagasta does with the
It's
extracted copper. We
Goldkeegan.
can't say this enough. They send it to
Goldkeegan.
China, where it's
You can say that by itself, Goldkeegan. It'll be translated as "How are you?" Or you can also say
It's not about national security.
Goldkegan Ikaga desu ka?
The world's
Said right
most
at LOL.
critical,
I'm about to.
natural
I'm about to. Don't worry.
and it must be protected. Not
I'm just
only
trying to see
for
if this
today, but
other
for future
variation
generations.
also
We
is.
have a responsibility to future generations to have water available. And then also, in my
Aries
opinion, some
Ascending.
places are just too precious
Said
to mine.
arigato.
So I urge my colleagues to oppose the
Arigato
resolution.
gozaimasu.
Before I do that, I would like to enter the following
All
documents.
right, so we got
congressional
Goki.
The
Again.
January 2023
Out
notification to
games.
Congress, all of our letters
Said
that we
Go
received,
Kitchen.
the redacted environmental
Which is
assessment,
written
the completed
like-
environmental assessment, a letter from a group of hunters, anglers opposing this legislation, and a letter from a group of environmental organizations opposing this legislation.
Without objection.
Thank you. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
Reserve gentleman from Arkansas.
Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Zinke.
Gentleman from Montana is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Mr. Speaker, as a
Taco
former
Games.
secretary, I don't think
Said.
anyone in this body has spent more time on Twin Metals reviewing the science than I have. So I think we
Oh,
should
word?
separate the hype from the science and the bold from fact. First of all, why are we here and why is it important at all? Well, this behind me has a few things we need critical minerals for.
This is literally what I was saying earlier.
Particularly our
Made in
military,
America,
medical,
mined in
supply chain.
America, developed
What do
for
all these have
America.
in common? The
Type shit.
MQ-9 Reaper, the Javelin missile system, the
Go
Virginia
Keegan.
class submarine, the Tomahawk,
Go
the Night
Keegan,
Vision,
Ikada
and the
desu ka?
Amaran. What do they have in common?
Ikaga.
Those minerals are
Ikaga
found
desu ka?
in Twin Metals,
Ikaga
in the great
desu ka?
state of Minnesota.
It's like asking about something.
Now, is it in the boundary waters?
Like,
Is it in the area
Tibet,
that's protected around
Tibet,
it? No.
Tibet, Ikaga
It is
desu ka?
not.
Did you eat?
I've seen these wonderful pictures of canoeing, of waters, of streams, of lakes, and they are absolutely beautiful. The problem is, that's in the boundary waters. That's not where the mine is. And then, oh, Deb Holland. I respect Deb Holland. I had her in committee, Mr. Speaker. I asked her one question after a few. What minerals were in the mine area which she rescinded and put a moratorium? I was amazed at her answer. She couldn't name one. So science. Let's follow
Aries
the
Ascending.
science. And I agree.
Said so that's
There's a
another
place to
way to
mine
ask
and there's
how
a place not
someone's
to
doing.
mine.
Yes.
I think probably I
Yes, it
stand
is.
in the conservation side as much as any member.
Go Keegan.
But I've
Go
actually
Keegan.
read the document.
Go Keegan. Go
I've
Keegan.
actually read the
Go
mining
Keegan.
plans.
How are
I
you?
have a degree
Go
in
Keegan.
geology and look closely at it. And you know what?
Go Keegan.
There are good projects
Go
and there's
Keegan.
bad projects.
Go Keegan.
And we don't mine like we used to.
Go Keegan. Go Oh my goodness. Go Keegan.
They took a paddleboard
Kokegan.
up the river stream.
But women can also
We don't mind
so
like
Ka
that.
is a question asking particle.
use science
But
now.
women can
And when you look
also
at the science and documentation on this mine, it uses
I don't like the way he's talking.
technology. And oh, by the way, water, it's a closed circuit. What does that mean? That
Wait a
means
second.
Exfoliant doesn't travel outside. It's reused as compressed. And when you do mine, what you do is you put core samples in. That core sample will tell you how much overburden you have to remove. And after the core samples, then you have a mining plan that tells you where the material is moved. In this case, it's
he's
not
full
an
of shit.
open pit mine. It's
Because there is runoff from mines no matter
my
what.
colleagues to look at the science and look at the water tables. And they say 100% of the mines in the past were pollutant. Not if you have a mining plan that undergoes a scrutiny as this one has.
Let's look it up.
Lastly, about the law. Notification in a memo is not the same thing as a rule. And Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that people would actually look at the mining plan and read it, just like reading the law, what the law says. It's not a trick. I'm not tricking anyone.
Hold on, let's see where the facts are.
Is that once again, there's good places to mine, there's bad places to mine. But you got to go in the science and not the hype. And when a mine is not located in the wilderness, it's not located in a buffer, it's located in a Forest Service holding, which by nature, which by law is multiple use. And mining is an appropriate use in it. So, Mr. Speaker, on the basis of this, we're facing a
Let's see
crisis in
here.
our country because
I don't know if this is considered surface mining they're trying to do, but let's see here. Contribution to water pollution. Mining operations often lead to the contaminate of nearby water bodies as runoff from mining activities carries heavy metals, chemical sediments into rivers and lakes. Mind you, this is information. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know what the fuck site this is, but there's also.
So, Mr. Speaker, I ask and I urge my colleagues to support this. It's a good mine, it's a good project. And
Abandoned mine drainage is water that is polluted from contact with mining activity and normally associated with coal mining.
So approving this act today, you're not going to start the mine tomorrow. They still have to go through the process. And it is about process. And
Okay, well, we don't want coal mine information
And with that, I yield.
because we know this isn't about coal. Actually, we don't know if this is about coal
Thank
because
you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I appreciate that the gentleman from Montana is suddenly so forthcoming about all of the analysis that's gone into this particular mining project, because that wasn't always the case. When he was secretary, we asked to see that analysis, and what we got back was page after page of redaction. We got zero information. So
yeah, where's the analysis he's talking about? Because he's like, man, just take my word for it. You know, we have the best specifications. We have the best process in place. You know, there's no such thing as runoff if you don't have you know, if you don't have a proper plan in place, you're gonna have runoff. This nigga is comical, bro. But see, these are the people that the Republicans typically get as their constituents because they, a lot of people don't do research. They're not listening to what's being said. Oh my goodness, just take my word for it. Bro, you are a representative who's being lobbied by whatever institutions and XYZ.
At this time, 3 minutes.
Woman is recognized.
You know, that wants you to fucking approve this fucking shit or get this shit fucking approved. Actually, they talked about what company it was. Something about my headphones is irritating this one part of my fucking
permanently allow
sidebar.
copper sulfide mining in the watershed of the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. Copper sulfide mining is the most toxic industry in America, and it is particularly ill-suited to water-rich environments because it acidifies the water and leaches heavy metals like arsenic, lead, and mercury into that water, which is part of the reason it has
I've heard some of these things in my chemistry class.
Remember, we are the land
Like 10 years ago.
10,000
Actually, more than that.
Minnesotans
That wasn't in chemistry 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I was working like a slave as a full-timer.
Want permanent protection for the Boundary Waters.
That's like 14 years ago. I heard some of this in my chemistry class about 14 years ago.
A Chilean billionaire who's a crony of President Trump's is the foreign mining company that wants to extract minerals from this wilderness.
Wow. Why are we not surprised?
To China for processing, and from there it will be sold on the open market, allowing a Chilean mining company to extract copper from our public lands, destroy the Boundary Waters, and send minerals to benefit billionaire owners.
It's actually comical that other cuz was talking about, hey, yo, this is you know, this is you know, we should support American mining developed in America, blah 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 blah.
Remember too that
But she just pointed out it's a Chilean company.
recreation jobs
It's a Chilean company that would be doing the mining.
$1 billion outdoor recreation economy in Minnesota will all be in serious jeopardy if this resolution passes. The
Oh, my
Boundary Waters
fucking
is a
goodness,
national
bro.
treasure, the most visited wilderness area in the United States. There is no place like it on Earth, and once it is destroyed, it will be gone forever. Like many Minnesotans and people around the country and the world, my husband and I have paddled and camped with our kids in the Boundary Waters every year since they were small. We share magical and life-changing memories from our adventures there that we all cherish. Preserving this wilderness for
Aries
future
Ascending
generations
said,
should
"Hey,
be our
you're not
goal,
supposed
not
to
its
understand it
destruction.
enough to question
This
it,
resolution
LOL."
is
You
an
goddamn right.
existential threat to
Because
our
if you
beloved
understand it
Boundary
enough to question it, that means you might be looking to stop it. Buddy is. I hope he got some hair up there. I really don't remember if he got some hair up there. The way Buddy was wiping that forehead of his.
inevitable water, air, noise, light, and land pollution that will destroy this unique wilderness.
Also, I'm sorry, Aries Chan. I told you, go Minnesota. I told you we could play last night when I would come back, and I did not come back early enough.
Again, I can't
The problem with late night gym sessions is that I started getting in the zone. I'm like, man, I could do some more lifting. I'm not that burnt out. But I only streamed for like 2 hours last night after midnight, and I was fucking dead
If there is ever
doing
a
that.
project
Honestly,
approved, it would be in
I played like Yu-Gi-Oh, and I was like, all right, I gotta get off. I gotta lay down because I just felt so fucking beat.
And with that, I yield as much time as you may consume to the gentleman from Minnesota.
My body felt like it was about to cramp up.
Mr. Speaker, it does
I wasn't
surprise you that the
lacking on.
representative
I mean, I'm always lacking on enough water. I feel like, but it's not that I didn't have water and I didn't eat last night. It's just one of those burnt out.
When you got back, LOL.
mining in the Boundary Waters.
Probably.
Mr. Speaker, for the umpteenth
Probably.
time,
I mean, I thought it was gonna. I mean, I was wide awake when I went to sleep, but I was like, I'm just gonna go to bed.
Boundary Waters, and there will be no mining in the buffer zones around the Boundary Waters. Mr. Speaker, that was settled in 1978. Then Democratic Congressman Jim Oberstar said, okay, if you're going to make the wilderness area, do not take our livelihoods away, which was timber harvesting and mining.
Aries Ascending
These are good mining
said
jobs.
you were tired enough to sleep, LOL.
2023 statistics.
Always. I can put myself to sleep no matter what, if I'm wide awake or not.
$1,000. The seasonal
Also,
tourist employee.
timber mining doesn't really result in runoff. That's not the concern here. Mineral mining is the concern here.
The Iron Range and building and
He's what's the word? He's grasping for pins and needles. Because this is about effects of mineral and geothermal exploration and development. Is what it says in the text anyway.
Mr. Speaker, are going to go in to any proposed mine.
Timber mining, timber farming is not anything to do with mining for minerals or geothermal energy.
Northeastern Minnesota. So we can
Also,
keep our schools
if you only mine in the mining zone and there's a buffer zone around it, that doesn't stop runoff from reaching the uninhabited mining zones.
benefits from mining in the state of Minnesota. These
This motherfucker, bro.
federal lands through the life of any mine, proposed mine.
These are the same motherfuckers who think that it was okay to fucking be trekking toxic ass minerals across the fucking country on the fucking train. I mean,
in federal royalty.
it's still happening, but
And over the life of the
bro, we
mine,
don't have better alternatives for this by now. I mean, I get driving it on the road isn't all that better either, and flying it is most definitely not better. But we don't have better options for this by now.
great portion and a benefit. And by the way, I go up to the Boundary Waters. I canoe there, I fish there, recreate there. We're not mining in the Boundary Waters.
This guy sounds like
Not true.
he was swimming in that same lake RFK was swimming in.
Represented for a lot of years. You know what? In the state of Minnesota, we have a saying, it's better in our backyard. It's better in our backyard. You're not going to use child slave labor over in the Congo. 1/3 of the cobalt, the world's cobalt, comes from child slave labor, forced slave labor. We have 88% of the reserves right in
I don't know if
our
you see this
By the
guy.
way,
Said they can't throw AI at it
Speaker,
and let it solve
this
everything.
Congressional Review
Face
Act
with tears of
doesn't
joy.
approve or disapprove any mining. It reverses the mining ban, the dangerous mining ban that the Biden administration put forward.
Now, you know, damn Skippy,
who, by the way,
if you remove the mining ban, you're obviously going to approve mining options. Like, nigga, nobody is stupid, bro.
We will not
and then,
rely on China or other
yeah, they can't just throw AI at it for real.
We can do it. This can be a win-win-win.
That'd be the best use of AI.
If anybody knows how to mine, it's the Minnesota miner.
Also,
Better in our backyard
this guy,
than China, Russia, or other.
I said he's been looking at him like
Minnesota's been mining.
his facial expressions look like he's questioning what he's saying, and I feel like he's part of his team.
It's better, Mr. Speaker. It's better in our backyard, where our environmental and
This
our
thing keeps saying it's better in our backyard because he doesn't want Congolese children mining shit. We don't want Congolese children mining shit. It's better that the toxic chemicals are in your backyard, is what he's saying, though.
Speaker, just a clarification, we're well aware that the Twin Metals mine is proposed just outside of the border of the Boundary Waters Wilderness. We have been very clear on that, but it is very much within the watershed of the Boundary Waters Wilderness. In fact, it's right on the edge. It's just a couple miles upstream on a river that flows right into this area. So let's stop kidding ourselves. To try to say that it's outside the border on this map and therefore the
Once again, here we go. All rivers are connected, bro. Well, maybe not all rivers are connected, but all waterways are connected.
This kind, 100%.
And if it's upstream, a few miles upstream, it's definitely going to flow downstream, bro.
Is going straight in to America's most popular wilderness. That is a fact. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Bro, who is this guy?
We've heard this song and dance over and over again. No mining.
He looks like somebody's drunk
Because my state
dad.
of Arizona has taken the brunt of this. This CRA needs to be done away with because we have to have that ability. The predecessor to the gentleman across the way, his addicts were no mining. In fact, he used a national monument disgracefully to actually bring in a tin silver mine.
Said he probably is faced with tears of
We can
joy,
have our
faced
cake
with
eating
tears
through
of joy.
technology.
Yeah, he's probably a
So
few
if you look
people's
at the
dads,
boundary
for real.
lines that everyone's debating about, you have Canada actually doing gold mining up here.
That Arizona?
Toxic chemicals. They've had a break? I don't think so. I'm wondering what makes a difference here. It's not in my backyard. I sit on natural resources, and we kept asking the other side, opposition, where would you like to have?
He's been serving since,
Yes.
what did it say?
Well,
2011?
Guardians actually made that comment. And I said, which mine did you go to? They actually said Resolution Copper. I said,
Oh, he's
"Really?
changed districts
How'd you like the
3 times
information that
in this state.
that
How old is this
Johnson
nigga?
Take going down in a pit, it takes 20 minutes on an elevator. Obviously, they had to rescind it because they didn't go down there.
Why does he not have a people
problems
page?
Way past, but that has been
Here we
100
go.
years ago. We have technology like this thing I'm holding in my hand, so it'll actually take away any oil, anything that comes out. That's what our future is. But
Okay.
to bind us up where you don't have a future.
Can I get more information? Well, I guess Wiki it is.
Serious about mine. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman
He's
reserves.
67?
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank
Oh
you,
my
Mr.
goodness,
Speaker. So now
this
we hear
this guy should
about
be
a gold
upset,
mine
bro. This
on the
fucking
Canadian
picture of you
side
is,
of the Boundary Waters
God
watershed
damn, you are
that's
one
been
ugly
producing
motherfucker.
Minerals without incident.
Sheesh. What's cuz from
And how water flows and moves. But I'd like to begin the rebuttal here by entering into the record this article from 2017 titled New Gold Fined for 2016 Discharge. May I enter that into the record by unanimous consent?
Without objection.
Thank you. So the
Gary's
mine was
ascending.
fined nearly
he looks like a villain,
$200,000
LOL.
for discharging 19 million liters of pollution into the watershed. New Gold was fined again in 2018 after a sediment spill from a dam.
Why does he
The
look
only
like this
reason
guy?
that
I know we
wasn't
can't see his face, but why does he look like this guy?
Is because that mine is on the
Bro.
north side of the wilderness. Where
Bro,
the
why
water
does he look
flows
like this guy?
away from the protected areas. You see that?
Why does he look like this guy?
In a watershed.
Dyer Crawley. Why does he look like this guy, bro?
Direction that watershed.
Bro.
Takes it. So I don't know why that basic principle seems so hard to understand.
There's another character I'm thinking of. I don't know his name.
Some hydrology problems across
Oh my goodness.
preserve the balance of my time.
Oh my. He should get this picture removed. I feel bad for him. This is a bro.
Gentleman from Arkansas is 8 minutes.
Actually, you know, some people say,
California has 14.
some people have said that, you know, we have monsters and stuff living amongst us. You know,
Thank you
non-people.
very much. Mr. Speaker, I said it. Would it surprise you that the representative
dissenting.
from the district
Said that was probably the
supports
best one
the
they took,
resolution?
LOL.
I talked about jobs in the economy.
I almost feel like Buddy looked better in his current live draw. Look like somebody drunk dad than this fucking, this villainous.
Teamsters in the Iron Range building and construction trade.
He's got 3 children, that's for
3
sure.
million work hours.
Creighton
Average
University?
salary, $115,000.
Oh, it's in Nebraska.
This is good for my constituents. As we go forward, I want to
Is he giving his closing remarks speech?
to my colleagues. This CRA does not approve any mine.
This guy looks really full of himself.
CRA simply removes the withdrawal. It reverses the dangerous withdrawal that the Biden administration put forth for purely political reasons. They stated in their reasoning it was to prevent mining.
I can't particularly say this is as, you know, entertaining as playing video games, of course, but this is definitely a good switch up to our
There
usual,
were critical minerals there. End
the
quote.
usual shenanigans.
The biggest copper nickel find in the
Now
world.
we just need to make some videos, especially clip that one fucking part, because oh my fucking, bro, why does Buddy really look like fucking the Crow nigga, bruh?
In the Superior Natural Forest
They could legit look like a fucking villain, bro.
and mining are desired activities.
This guy looks like
Congressman Jim Oberstar was so
he'd be like
far
related to Charlie Kirk for some reason.
when the wilderness was enacted, when he said, okay, if you're going to enact the wilderness, don't take our livelihoods away. He was so far ahead.
This lady seems so familiar for some reason, and I really don't know why.
I'm fighting for my constituents. I'm fighting for our economy. I'm fighting for our community, our technology, our national security. It's worth it.
So, like, you know what I wonder sometimes? Like, young people who work for, like, guys like this, right?
Again, Mr.
Do they
Palmer
have the
said it.
indoctrined mindsets like their representatives? Or do they, like, you know, have thoughts like some of us where we're like, bro, what the fuck? Like, bro, oh my goodness, this nigga's fucking forehead is long as shit. Bro, just cut that thing, bro. I see the balding in the middle. But
seems to be a lot of
are they
fear
thinking? Because
tactics
that other cuz,
mine
this guy looks
hasn't even
full of
been
himself for some reason.
permitted or
But the other
approved yet
guy
going to do, but we know
look
one
like
thing,
he's
it will
like,
have
hey,
to
bro, I
meet
don't
the
believe some of the shit you're saying.
rigorous permitting requirements, that
I hope
US
so.
has to offer.
But I
It
hope
also
it's
has to
a
stand up
more of the
to
latter
labor,
and less
health,
of the
and
former,
safety
because
requirements that we have here in the US.
we really don't need to
unlike
spend
many
another
other places
50
around the
years doing the
world
same shit.
where these critical minerals are mined. This gives somebody a chance.
I projected that if we spend the next 100 years doing the same shit, we'll cease to be humans at the end of it.
For northern Minnesota, and to provide a stronger sense of national security, as we all saw the
Also, Eddie's Chan.
equipment
We,
that these critical minerals go into that Representative Zinke showed in the post.
We added 5
Mr. Speaker, I have no
words for
further
today.
requests for
Oh,
time.
you
I'm
said you look at
prepared
this
to
on your
close
phone
and reserve
too.
the balance of my time.
When I look at this on my phone, right? Anything in yellow, like, well, anything in the colors, never shows up on my phone. Does it show up for you?
Across the aisle that we have nothing to worry about.
Like, if I click on it, I can see the stuff, but it doesn't show up like this, where the black text over the color.
Wilderness,
Said yes.
Yep.
river that flows
Oh, okay.
directly into the
Maybe it's just my phone.
with a
It might
type
have
of
something to
mining
do
that
with
has a
my
100% track record of leaching toxic pollution that is
comfort
not all
eyes
that
setting or whatever, the
we have all
blue
these
screen
wonderful
setting that I always keep on.
standards that
It may have something to do with that, maybe then.
America's most popular wilderness. That is
Because yeah, that shit doesn't show up for me. But yeah, we have 5 words today.
to gut every single one of those bedrock
Definitely.
protections. It may not be in this
Definitely.
particular
All right.
But do I have to remind my colleagues that just a few weeks ago we were here on the floor debating your legislation to gut the National Environmental
Raishu, Dingen,
eviscerate the Endangered
Nando,
Species Act. Separately in other committees,
Trebi
they're
Gamel.
going after the Clean Water Act. Every
Excuse me. Oh my fucking goodness. No.
going wrong
We're in the middle of
boundary
something.
waters is under unprecedented attack from the same folks who are pushing this legislation right now. So don't be fooled that everything will be fine because of our
She seems very proud
environmental
of
laws and standards.
everything that's being said here.
Those are under an unprecedented attack. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I strongly oppose
It's either that or she's having a really good day.
for both the extreme danger that it poses to the boundary waters and the outrageous abuse of the Congressional Review Act that it represents. As you've heard today, the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness is an American treasure with a strong, nonpartisan history of protection dating back to 1909 through treaties
Oh,
with
Aries, we
Canada
should
and to
I'm sorry.
1964 with the Wilderness Act.
Let's
and
add
passed with
that
overwhelming
information over here for you.
bipartisan support back when we had great conservation champions in both parties. Americans from across the country who have experienced the serenity of this wilderness know exactly what's at stake. Passing this resolution would pave the way for
Can I
toxic
extend
mining
this
that would,
outward?
without a doubt,
Like-
cause permanent and irreparable harm, mining that wouldn't even benefit the U.S. economy. This move is deeply unpopular in Minnesota and does not put American critical mineral security first. This material will go to China. It would also have far-reaching consequences.
Why did it
for
change the
future
boxes?
of public lands management, making beloved protected
Okay.
lands across the country vulnerable to exploitation with very little oversight.
wrong.
At the end of the day,
That's
some
also right.
places really are worth protecting, and this is one of those places. I urge my colleagues to vote no on HJ Res 140, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to submit a coalition letter for over 140 organizations in support of HJ Res 140. These groups include the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce, the Minnesota Power, Minnesota Mining, or Mining Minnesota, the Minnesota State Building and Construction Trades Council, the Eli Public School District, Jobs for Minnesotans, Laborers International Union of North America, and more. The letter states, and I quote, disapproving the withdrawal in Minnesota will undo an unnecessary and damaging action. It will also correct a course in which industries seeking to generate jobs and revenue for generations to come were simply no longer allowed to propose mining projects in the area and forbidden.
Bro, I really need somebody to tell Buddy to cut that joint, bro. Just rock the ball, cat, brother.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'll just say I actually have taken hydrology courses. I'm a professional engineer, and it's been a long time ago, but I remember something very distinct from those hydrology and hydraulic engineering courses, and that is that water flows downhill. If it doesn't, you can get a pump. That's an engineering joke, but probably not very funny. The thing about these mines in Minnesota is they're below-grade mines. They're not pit mines. They're actually digging tunnels down into the earth to pull.
Who is this guy? We've seen this guy talk already.
To take it to the top, to refine.
I don't know who this guy's name is.
These tailings will be
Here we go.
placed in a for forestry purposes.
Bruce Westerman, Arkansas.
They can be leached back into the watershed. So don't let the scare tactics influence the way you vote on this legislation.
But he's also
Because the
58.
inputs we need to sustain our
Him and the other
fast-growing
cuz are the same
electricity
age.
grid are right under our feet.
And how long has he been in this
We should be leading
role?
the world in technological innovation and AI infrastructure. The only reason we are mired in mineral dependence today and not enjoying or sharing the benefits of American mineral dominance is because of outdated and misguided policies like the one we're overturning
Hold on a second.
today. The resolution before us would correct
Oh,
these
nah, don't
policies
be
by
here.
reopening mineral-rich lands for exploration and reducing our reliance on China for minerals. I thank the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr.
I wanted
Sauber, for
to
his
see something
leadership
about
on
his
the issue.
eyes.
I urge my
Something about his
colleagues to
eyes
support
looks
this
weird.
resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlemen, yield.
Like they're red or something.
Full time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1009, the
Maybe
previous
they're
question
not.
is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is
Okay,
on the
maybe they're not.
endorsement and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land
We weren't paying
Management
attention.
relating to Public Land Order Number 7917 for withdrawal of federal lands, Cook, Lake, and St. Louis counties, Minnesota.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Pardon me? Yeah, those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion considered is laid on the table.
Ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are now ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
First of all, every time they ask for I's and A's, there was one time I've heard some A's. The nigga asked for what was the second thing he just asked for? They stood or some shit, I think.
Proceedings will resume on questions.
They like everybody go on break.
Postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: the motion to recommit H.R. 6945, passage of H.R. 6945 if ordered, and passage of House Joint Resolution 140. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 6945, offered by the gentlewoman from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 6945 offered by Ms. Moore of Wisconsin.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
HR 6945. Didn't they already postpone proceedings? The chair put the question on motion to recommit by voice. And by voice vote announced the noes had prevailed. Demanded the yeas and nays. This bill provides statutory authority for states to use temporary assistance for needy families, TANF funds for pregnancy centers that support protecting the life of the mother and the unborn child, and offer resources and services to mothers, fathers, and families, including relationship counseling, prenatal pregnancy education, pregnancy testing, diapers, baby clothes, and material supports. See, the problem with this, right? HR 6945. It goes along with, hold on, let's go back. Wait, this is HR 6945. I'm so confused now. Because HR 6359 is the one that we were talking about yesterday about higher institutions needing to disseminate information on, not disseminate, but yeah, disseminate information on whether there are resources for people who will become pregnant while at the institution or are pregnant while they're in, or if or in caring for a child. I'm glad to see there's somebody in here wearing a mask. And then also, I'm so confused now. Wait, so the person who the chair put the question in motion, Miss Moore. Miss Moore is the person who sponsored this? No, I don't think so. Eddies, I don't know if you noticed this before, but sorry. But got a little distracted for a second, but the periods, like this is a comma, that's a period, and then where's the fucking, where's that fucking, that fucking shit? What is this changing? I don't know what this changes.
Said on what? Out
On
tackle
this.
games. Said.
I'm really confused right now. There's a button.
Aries ascending. Said NMLOL.
These are quotation marks. You know, like those are the quotation marks, the brackets on the outside.
Said times 583.
What else? I'm trying to find. I feel like maybe the apostrophe isn't different. I thought the apostrophe was different. I don't know if this is changing. There's a button on my keyboard. I don't know if it's changing. I don't know if it's changing like the spacing between the each kanji or kana. This is what it looks like. I don't know if it's supposed to do anything else. I think I'm gonna have to look this up. This is actually kind of confusing. Or is this... Or am I looking through... Okay. Let me see here. It might be like tabs of what's this shit called? Them recommending what you might be trying to say. Like I only typed in one kana and it gave me like 3 different pages of stuff, but each page of stuff was different than the last page. Like one had numbers on it, another one was like, I guess some type of actions or some shit. I'm like, hey, yo, there's a lot of stuff going into this. These are things that I didn't think about prior to learning Japanese.
Said predictive text.
Yeah, predictive text, but like variations of predictive text. Like usually we have like when it shows up on the English one, it shows up like all across the top, and then you can just like click the arrows left and right, or do the drop down and it'll show the whole joint. But this is like a button, like it was like tabbing through like whole pages. Like you know how you tab to get to the special characters, like it was tabbing like that. Like whole pages of fucking shit. But if you typed, it still also did suggestions. It's fucking, here's a lot. Worry about me, I'm just amazed.
Aries ascending. Said maybe because one sequence of characters can mean 4 things each LOL.
Head ass. I told you that water has 3 different radicals, right? Also, you know, more free resources from JapanesePod101.com, of course. You know what I'm saying? Let's, okay, that's... None of this is what I was trying to say. Thank you. Except, Kanji PDF? I think. the free kanji PDF. You know what I'm saying? They want you to type in your email address, you know, blah, blah, blah. And where's the actual button? Yeah, but I have an account. So where's the other button that I usually click on? Hold on a second. No one needs to see my email address. My personal email address. Personal. It's very personal. I think I have this somewhere. But, so anyway, you can get their kanji book. 1,500 different kanji, right? 1,500 plus different kanji. Go through some stuff. Examples of different radicals. Like, radicals are the individual parts. Like, this is a radical. I know I've said this before. Like, this is a radical. That's like a radical. That's one. I don't know if this is considered as two or if that's one type and then that. Or, you know, sometimes radicals can be kanji on their own, like moon, but also can be a radical in a statement. So that's human. Like human has two. Okay. Human has two. There's this one, there's that. It might be different positions they're in. So like, which is, oh my goodness. So this earlier, I was looking at this kanji actually, because it's in our word for today, which is today became, but when I said konshu, which this week, konshu has this kanji in it. This it. Yes. But this is for underneath person. This fucking shit is confusing as fuck. So person, something, and something. Like, so this shit is mag kuchi, 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 kuchin, kuchi, n, kuchin, kuchin, kuchi, kuchi. Yeah. Which is crazy that this kuchi means mouth, te means hand, stomach I think has one variation is like e, but then in stomach is also another word. Heart is something, radicals, there's a radical. There's a third variation for hearts. Oh, here we go, here's hand, te. Ten. This says 10, like te, e, n, 10. But he's getting a serious squat in. Bro, why is Buddy's finger so elongated? Oh yeah, own readings. Chinese readings, Kun reading is Japanese reading. Which makes this even more confusing because it can't just be, oh, this is just one thing and it just means this, but it also just might say this. Like, motherfucker, what? Hand, again, te. So, remember the first te was ten. It's always hard carrying that extra syllable. Te, tone, and then there's te, the regular joint. Crazy. Like, look at this shit. Like, this is one fucking radical. These are 4 fucking radicals in here. Good fucking shit. Good fucking shit, man. Good fucking shit. Oh, here we go. Here's the water. This is what I was originally here for. Water. Mizu. Variations. The left one. This is typically on the left. This joint right here.
Ascending.
This one's usually on the bottom, I
Note
think.
taking.
Yeah, when I'm studying my kanji, I look over here sometimes. Sometimes. But you can get this for free if you don't have it already. You know what I'm saying? Just search for Japanese Pod 101 Kanji PDF. It's free. You know what I'm saying? Free resources and shit. I mean, you can always use other resources, but, you know, free resources and shit. This says... So, regular giant was Mizu. This says... Sanzushi. No, not Zushi. Sanzui. Sanzui. Then there's the third variation, which is Shita
Ascending.
Mizu.
Said Duolingo is free. What's the difference in quality? Face with
Shita
tears of joy,
Mizu.
face with tears of joy.
What's the difference in quality? Top tier quality. Top tier quality. If anything, I'd probably learn more from Japanese Pod than Duolingo. I'm not just saying that as somebody who's actually, you know, fully committed at this point. But when using their free resources like this, and they also have, I don't know what Duolingo has going on for, you know, you learning kanji and shit like that. I know it's got statements and shit, but I don't know about all the nuance. Word ebook, I think that's what it was called. Here we go. Okay, and you can also get this for free. Their 2,000 core word ebook, which is pretty much everyday shit, which is 80% of the spoken Japanese on a daily is about 100 words. 80% of the spoken Japanese on a daily is about 100 different words. And these are the most 2,000 common joints. So obviously there's no audio with this, but, you know, with PDFs you can, you know, plug it and go somewhere else. Yeah. Gomen nasai. Oyasumi. Oyasumi nasai. Also, nasai. Nasai is you know, just the formal thing of it. But what is for negative verbs, you what the fuck am I trying to say? It's nigh, isn't it? It's probably not nasai. It's nigh. Yeah, it's nigh. Never mind. Don't worry about what I was saying. But yeah, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I would never approve of Duolingo.
Said I gotta go weary face.
JK. Okay. You know what time it is. Anzeni Jamada. Kyotsukete. And you could say in response to that, I think like Kyotsuketai, I think, which would be like
Aries ascending. Said are these responses going on the spreadsheet LOL?
No wait, not want to be careful, it's I think it's Kyotsukenai. I don't remember what that response is. I'll figure it out. I had to figure that one out. Of course they can go on the spreadsheet, you know? Of course, of course. Of course. Of course. We have to improve the spreadsheet for our, you know, fellow peoples. Anthony. Kyo. It's not be safe, it's like take care. It's like be safe, but you know, it's more Japanese to say take care or whatever, not whatchamacallit.
Ascending. Said then your audience can speak it back to you, lol.
Exactly. Exactly. Thank you, because I'm sure I fucked up and totally forgot what the fuck I was saying. Exactly. When you get somewhere, like when you arrive somewhere, ta choku, I believe is how it's spelled. Tachoku, I think that's how they spell it. That's not how you spell it. Yeah, these supposed to be rolling out and I'm over here holding you hostage. Tacho? No, it's not it. Tachoku? No, it's not. Ku. Oh my goodness. I always remember this.
Aries ascending. Said
Oh
that's
my
never your
goodness.
fault, lol.
Oh my goodness. What am I? Tacho? It's not Tacho. Taku? No. Oh my goodness. This is about to kill me. Hold on. Let's just see what it says. Tochaku. That's the word. I'm like, bruh, it's not Tachoku. Like, what is it? Moving the fucking letters in the wrong direction, saying Tachoku. It's Tochoku. Tochaku. 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 Wait. Tochaku. Yeah, that's right. Tochaku. So you would say when you showed up somewhere, or like when you arrive. Tochaku. I think it's actually spelled.
Said get it together, silly goose.
I believe that's how it's actually spelled. Maybe not. But I don't remember what the I'm leaving now variation of that was. I've definitely come across it, but I don't know if I wrote it down or not. Well, I definitely didn't write it down. Let me say that. I don't know what lesson it's from. I'd have to find that. Excuse me. But there's one, like, Tochaku is like when you arrive at the place, like we were driving somewhere, and when we get there, like saying like we arrived or we've arrived or we're here. Tochaku. But I want to say the one for leaving has it starts with like a B or something, like Yori or something like that. I didn't realize I had this many words added to my list. Zettai. Zettai. Unconditional. Either all, both sides. Muzukashi. Muzukashi. I need to add that to a list actually, just in general. Difficult. Don't get distracted. I'll find it. Don't worry, Aries-chan. You'll be better prepared for the future. You'll be better prepared. And I will be better, Sensei. What is a better Sensei? What is the word better? What is the word better? Yori yoy. Yori yoy. Is that right? That says Mashi. Mashi.
On this vote, the yeas are 209 and the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye.
Wait a second.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Wait, what?
For what purpose is the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members record their votes by electronic. This is a 5-minute vote.
The other one wasn't. One of those wasn't passed. They haven't updated yet. Okay. It'll update. It'll update. All right, back to the Japanese stuff that we were discussing. What were we saying? Fuck. What did we just type? It was like Mashi Sensei. No, wait. Sensei. No, what? Sensei. Mashi. Sensei Mashi. No, I don't want to say delicate, nigga. Delicate? Why the fuck is it saying that? So maybe I need to use the kanji for it. Let's try if we use the kanji for it. Increase sensitivity. Am I not spelling sensei right? Like, oh, because I'm not spelling sensei right. Sensei. Not sensei. I'm over here typing sensei when I need to be typing sensei. No wonder I was like, why is that coming up as delicate? That's obviously wrong. Sensei. You'd be saying sensei. Increase. Hey, yo. So what if we teacher is amazing? Teacher's getting more and more? Oh, because she is at the end of it. When you have she at the end of a statement, it can mean like in more things, like in more that isn't actually being said. It's kind of like leaving, there's some room for an interpretation that there's more than what's been said. Which is funny because this is actually part of the statement or the yeah, see, if we put the period in, it thinks it now knows that we actually mean better, but I mean it's only assuming that's what we mean. But if we say sensei wa mashi, but we need to write mashi. What was that? Is a na adjective, right? So we need sensei. If a na adjective comes before the object, right? It needs na. So let's see here. Let's just put this in there and then na. And then we'll take out the ending version. Why does it still not come out to the way that I want? You're a great teacher. There you go. What was I trying to do? I forgot why I was even saying that. Yato. Saizen. Oh, it was a she. Muzukashi. Muzukashi. That's the Mazui. Mazui. Saki wa Sakio. Sakio. Saki. Sake. Sake. Because Saki is the English, but it's Sake. Sake. Sakeo. What was the word? What was the word? I don't remember what I was gonna say. Fuck.
On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 209. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of HJ Res 140, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 140, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Public Land Order Number 7917 for withdrawal of federal lands, Cook Lake, and St. Louis counties, Minnesota.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On motion to recommit, failed by the yeas and nays. On passage by the yeas and nays. On passage passed. At the conclusion of the debate, the chair put the question on passage of the joint resolution. And vote by yes and no, say is prevailed. Grant the yeas and nays and the chair postponed for proceeding to. Considered as unfinished business? Is that because the motion didn't pass? Is that what I'm understanding? Okay, so I'm confused, actually. HJ Resolution 140. This is the one about the child care, not the child care, but the pregnancy giant. No, this is the land protection one. The last one was about the pregnancy centers. Also, I seen somebody tap their little key card on one of these earlier, and I don't understand what these are, because they're on all the seats, it seems. But I haven't seen anybody tap it except for that one guy who did that randomly and went and sat down or something. I don't know if that's them checking in. The time has been up for like at least 45 seconds, but nobody's started the announcement yet here, sir. Speaker Tempora, come on now. What are you waiting on somebody? Don't be disrespectful of the time, just keep it moving. They must have been waiting on them
The yeas
tallies.
are 214 and the nays are 208. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order.
Or is that voting for like where they're seated?
The House will be in order.
No, I feel like
Members are
they're
reminded to take their conversations off the floor.
he's feeling disrespected.
The House will be in order. For what purpose? What is the gentleman from Florida seeking recognition?
Mr. Speaker, the House still isn't in order.
The House will be in order. Members, please take your conversations off the floor. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. Chris, for what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order at any time to consider H-Con Res 68 in the House, if called up by the chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or his designee, that the concurrent resolution be considered as read, and that the previous question be considered as ordered on the concurrent resolution to adoption without intervening motion, except for 1 hour.
Why does Buddy like remind me of like a muscular goblin?
Representative Mast of Florida, Representative Meeks of New York, and Representative McGovern of Massachusetts, or their respective designees.
Without objection. For what purposes does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered the first sponsor of H.R. 4327.
Like Buddy looks like.
A bill originally introduced by Representative Green of Georgia for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection.
Hold on a second. Let's go back. Am I tripping, bro?
And Representative McGovern of Massachusetts, or their respective designees.
Without objection.
Reconvening motion, except for 1 hour ordered on the concurrent resolution to adoption.
All right, I know I'm being shady today, but it seems like, bro, like, am I tripping?
Representative Mast of Florida,
Nose is almost there.
of New York, and Representative McGovern of Massachusetts.
I think I'm just messing around on that one. Let me figure out what Buddy said here.
Without objection, Representative
What
I
this guy asked
ask
for?
unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered the first sponsor of H.R. 4327, a bill originally introduced by Representative Green of Georgia for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection.
He's about to say something about these people right here.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
For 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to welcome Jared Anderson and the Friends of Club 21 Choir here to Washington, D.C. The choir, composed of talented individuals living with Down syndrome and who are based in Colorado's 5th Congressional District, will be performing the national anthem to launch the March for Life rally this Friday. Club 21, which came and visited me just a couple of months ago here in Washington, D.C., and it's really one of the highlights of my time as being a member of Congress. They've uplifted the Pikes Peak community onto the national platform, amplifying and empowering these brilliant performers through the arts and education. I thank them for dedicating their time, their energy, and their passion in advocating for every human life. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you join me in giving a warm welcome to the Friends of Club 21 Choir, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, after Monday's college football national championship, I rise to express my concern about the trend of private equity firms attempting to buy up college sports. These deals will be bad for athletes, students, and fans. We've seen this play before. Media corporations' pursuit of college football and basketball viewers created
Her voice is very
realignment that destroyed
assertive.
the regional nature of college sports. For generations, the Big
It's a
Ten
little squealy.
was known as the Midwestern Conference.
Why does she remind me of someone else? Yo, why is everybody we see on fucking the House floor today? It's like reminding us of somebody else. Or reminding us of like an anime character.
Higher profits. Now private equity is looking to buy college sports revenue streams. If these deals are normalized, it's only a matter of time before private investors demand control over our university athletic departments. This creates the risk of further conference realignment, cutting non-revenue sports, and expanding for-profit influence over universities. This is why I've sent a letter with my Republican colleagues to the NCAA, and with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
She was very firm with that paperwork.
If you'd please take your conversations off the floor, it'd be much appreciated.
I knew that was coming back.
With that, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today remembering the life and legacy of a dear lady, Natalie Haslam, who passed away on January 16th. Ms. Haslam set the true example for what it means to be a volunteer. She spent her life giving back to our community and the people that are in it, and of course to our great University of Tennessee. Born in 1931, Natalie was raised in Knoxville and graduated from UT in 1953. In 1954, she married Big Jim Haslam, the owner and founder of Pilot Oil Company. She's known for her leadership and philanthropy, and Natalie became the first woman to serve as the chair of the East Tennessee Foundation Board in 1987. I always remember Ms. Haslam when my dad died. I was at the mortuary. We were actually with my mama and picking out my dad's casket. And Big Jim and Natalie called me and just told me that everything was going to be all right, and if I needed anything, that just a call. And I also always remember it when me and Mr. Haslam would be at events together. She would always shush us and then just give us a smile. But while serving the Knoxville community, her commitments to the University of Tennessee remained unmatched. Natalie and Jim, through the Haslam Family Foundation, donated $32 million to UT, with $10 million going towards the Natalie L. Haslam Music Center. And it is, if not one of the finest music centers, not just in the state of Tennessee or the country, but the world, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. Natalie is survived by her husband, Jim, 3 granddaughters, 3 stepchildren, 6 grandchildren, and 7 great-great-grandchildren. She was a true humanitarian, and she will always be remembered as someone in East Tennessee who gave back to the place she lived and loved, and I just always remember her as a very classy lady. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition? Gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize and congratulate my constituent, Isabel Levito, who officially qualified for the U.S. Olympic figure skating team, where she will represent Team USA at the 2026 Winter Olympics in Milan, Italy next month. Isabel grew up in South Jersey, training for years at the Igloo Ice Center in Mount Laurel. Long before the spotlight, she was on the ice before sunrise, balancing schoolwork, family time, and relentless practice with remarkable discipline and grace. This month, Isabel achieved a lifelong dream. After earning a bronze medal at the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in St. Louis, she officially qualified for the Team USA and will represent our country at the 2026 Winter Olympics in Milan, Italy. Isabel remains and joins experts who are already calling for the strongest women's Olympic skating team in decades, and she stands proudly among the best. We're incredibly proud of her, and on behalf of South Jersey, we wish Isabel Levito the very best as she skates for the gold and for Team USA. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of January as National Blood Donor Month. Each winter, blood centers across the nation experience reduced donor turnout while the need for blood remains constant. In the United States, someone requires a blood transfusion every 2 seconds to treat patients facing trauma, surgeries, childbirth complications, cancer, chronic conditions, and so much more. Yet our blood supply remains critically low. Because of the urgent and ongoing need for blood donations, I recently introduced H.R. 5791, the Boosting Life-Saving Operations Opening Donation Centers Act, or Blood Centers Act, alongside my Democrat colleague, Congresswoman Schreier. This common-sense bipartisan legislation would streamline the bureaucratic burdens of opening a new blood center while still ensuring oversight and safety in the donation facilities and of the blood that they collect. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the Blood Centers Act so we can expedite the ability of blood centers to open new locations and collect life-saving blood for those who need it. Most importantly, I also want to encourage everyone listening today to consider taking the time to donate blood if you are able to. First-time donors are always welcome, and every donation has the power to save a life. And with that,
You hear that? Every donation of blood has the power to save a life.
Ohio, seek recognition. Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I visited Perkins High School in Sandusky, Ohio. My role? To celebrate excellence in STEM education. This year, Kia Preston won the 9th Congressional District App Challenge for a project entitled Light Teachings. Kia's interactive app helps users understand fundamentals of ray tracing, a computer graphics technique that simulates how light interacts with objects to create realistic images in video platforms. Kia's app will be honored here in our nation's capital later this year.
No tax on
I also pay
homes.
tribute to the school's robotics club that has partnered with
No, I don't remember
NASA.
seeing this today.
They were the only high school in the United
Sponsor
States
is
of
Taylor
America
Green.
selected alongside other higher educational institutions like MIT. Bravo, Perkins! After 4 school years building a satellite named Forest Permunio, which is Latin for
Oh,
outreach,
this is
it
who
was
he
launched
meant
to the International Space
by the
Station
original
back in September.
sponsor
Thanks to computer science teacher Mike Leffler
for the
and
first
robotics supervisor John Stout for
who
lighting the
introduced
way
it
these
was
bright young
Green.
minds who are bringing
See,
America into the
before
future
she
and beyond. I am just so proud.
stepped down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my
To amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to eliminate the dollar limitations on the exclusion of gain from sales of principal's residence
son of Stony Point,
for other
who lived
purposes.
a life defined by service, tradition, and deep community roots. Leonard was a lifelong resident, living in the very home
6945.
his great-grandfather built on Gate Hill Road. Leonard was known as the last hay baler of Rockland
Is this the one
County.
about
Leonard proudly served our nation during the Vietnam War as a Navy Seabee, his dream position. And in 2024,
states to use
he
funds
was
for
honored
pregnancy
on the Hudson
centers?
Valley Honor Flight Mission 34 in Washington, D.C.
Was denied.
Commitment to
It
hard
failed.
work and service continued at home, where he spent 31 years at Algonquin Gas before
But they
retiring
passed
from
the other
Stony
one.
Point Sewer Plant. Whether sharing stories of his time in service, his love of
There
the
was one
Catskill
Democrat
Mountains, his passion
who voted
for trout
yay
fishing and hunting,
on this
doting on the love of his life, Nora. His presence made a difference in the lives of everyone he
removing
met. I extend my deepest condolences to his siblings, stepdaughters, grandchildren,
what's it
and
called?
the countless friends who knew him. May God bless his memory.
Wilderness Preserve or whatever, Wilderness Reserve,
Seek recognition.
for those 225,000 acres of land they had reserved or set aside as a.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of
Protection
former
area.
New Jersey governor and longtime state senator Richard Cody, known to all of us as Dick Cody, a public service servant whose 50 years of public service remained unmatched in our state's rich history. Dick Cody believed deeply in service, and he practiced it with heart. Dick was a champion for people living with mental illness long before it was widely acknowledged or understood. And he was willing to go further than most, even going undercover in a psychiatric hospital to ensure dignity for those of us too often forgotten. As governor, he brought steadiness and integrity during a difficult moment for New Jersey in return, earning extraordinary trust from the public. But what defined Dick for me was his common touch. He returned constituents' calls himself. He conversed in diner booths late at night. He coached youth basketball. He never stopped being the same person, no matter the title he held. I had the privilege of serving with Dick Cody in Trenton and of calling him my friend. He cared so deeply about the people he represented and the institution that he served. New Jersey is better because of Dick Cody's life and work. He will be deeply missed by all who knew him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Utah is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the epidemic of waste, fraud, and abuse that is ripping off taxpayers with impunity. Too often, Congress forgets that every dollar of government money collected comes from an American who worked hard for it. That is why waste, fraud, and abuse are not abstract problems. They are real problems that hurt real people. When government programs pay twice for the same service, fund projects that never get built, or lose track of billions, taxpayers suffer and confidence in government weakens. We need to honor hardworking families by pursuing the bad actors with vengeance. Stewardship is our sacred responsibility. We just found out about a case in my own district where an individual was collecting her dead mother's Social Security checks for 3 years. Her blatant fraud was finally discovered, and she was sentenced in order to repay $25,000 in restitution. But this case is not isolated. The Government Accountability Office estimates that the federal government loses up to $521 billion a year to fraud every single year. The American people expect honesty, fiscal discipline, and respect for their sacrifice. I'm proud of the Republican Conference for doing just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today's students return to class at Brown University to start a new semester after the mass shooting in December that took the lives of Ella Cook and Mohammed Aziz Umerzakov and injured 9 other students. My thoughts remain with the victims, their loved ones, and our whole community during what I'm sure has been a difficult few days. For the Brown students who returned to campus this week, I want them to know we have your back and we are all thinking of you. And if you or someone you know is struggling, reach out for help. As Brown, Providence, and Rhode Island continue to heal, I join countless others in making sure our community, our city, and our state have all the support we need to recover. We're on a long journey, but I know we're on it together. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Seth Neesmith, the registered nurse at Atrium Health Navient, who has been named one of the 2025 Physician Hero Award recipients by the Georgia Hospital Association. This award recognizes the top 3 hospital employees or volunteers from GHA member hospitals who dedicate their time to improving both their organization and the world around them. Mr. Neesmith has impressively received the Registered Nurse degree, Bachelor of Science in Nursing, Stroke Certified Registered Nurse credential, and Critical Care Registered Nurse certifications. Mr. Neesmith was also awarded last year's Atrium Health Navicent's Daisy Award for noticing a vehicle stuck deep in a ditch, pulling the victim out, and providing immediate further care. Mr. Neesmith's leadership is vital for shaping the next generation of healthcare professionals who will go on to serve communities across Georgia. This recognition speaks to his extensive skills and expertise in nursing.
I don't have a normal monster. I need to get rid of this card.
To compassion for
Damn
everyone
it.
around him and going above and beyond for his patients. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Well, at least I know what card I'm going to get rid
For
of
what
now.
purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Utah is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my constituent, Ashlyn Gwynn, who was recently involved in a near-death car accident. Ashlyn was recruited to play soccer at Cal State Fullerton. This past September, on her way to another sporting event, she and her teammate Lauren were struck by a truck. Both were transported to the hospital, but Lauren tragically passed away after 6 weeks of intensive care. Her family's words, Lauren fell asleep in the Lord. Lauren's legacy of goodness and positivity will always be remembered. And after Ashlyn stabilized, doctors let her family know that there was a strong possibility that she may never regain consciousness. If she ever were to, it was possible that she would never walk or talk again. Thankfully, Ashlyn has made significant signs of improvement. She was transferred to a step-down rehabilitation unit through the generosity of a close friend of her father. She's been transported back to Utah, where continues to receive physical and speech therapy and in close care from her parents. I don't know Ashlyn, but I know her parents. And Matt and Shelley Gwynn are the best people I've ever known, and I'm so fortunate to have gotten to know them in this role. He is a police chief back home as well as a state legislator, and giving her the best possible chance of success. We wish you the best, Ashlyn. Thank you.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Oh, I should have attacked him.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
That was dumb.
Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to be joined by my colleagues in this conference special order. To start us off, I'd like to yield as much time as
That was dumb. I shouldn't have done that. I should have done it at the end, not just now. It's really stupid. I did not mean to do that. Got distracted, it seems.
Mr. Speaker, America's back, and so is common sense. This last year has reminded us of what's possible when America has a competent and respected leader who understands the unique role that our great nation should fill on the world stage. I'm grateful to have President Donald J. Trump back in the White House with the strength and vision needed to be the leader in a free world. One of the things I've admired most about the president is he's the same man behind the closed doors as he is in front of the camera. Whether you like him or not, you know what he stands for exactly, and he will act on that. It's the type of leadership that has delivered real results for the American people. We've seen real results on our southern border as illegal crossings and the flow of illicit drugs have dropped significantly. Families are feeling real relief at the gas pump and the grocery store as their wages are going up and the opportunities are increasing. And our schools and military emphasis once again on merit instead of discriminatory DEI standards. In America, success should be earned and not engineered by woke bureaucrats. It's called common sense. Every day of this last year, the President and House Republicans have worked to ensure that you keep more of your own money and remove the red tape so you can thrive. We are blessed to live in the greatest country in the history of mankind every single day. America's brightest days are ahead of us, and I'm grateful to have a commander-in-chief who believes in the spirit and promise of America, a leader who is working to make sure this beautiful country remains the land of freedom and opportunity for all who are willing to work hard, take responsibility, and dream big. Thank you. Now yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman.
Bro,
from
who
the
was
great
that?
state in the union.
Thank you. Increasing.
Of this specialized standard, my call may consume.
Thank you. America's back, and so is common sense. Speak. Thank you.
From Utah, Mr. Burgess Owens. To the gentleman from, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume. To the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Burgess Owens.
So is common sense. The ship border is at least.
Oh my goodness.
Mr. Bean, so much time biased.
He actually
from the greatest
believes that nonsense he said. Just spewing nonsense, bro.
I will now yield so much time as he may consume to a gentleman from a good state, Florida, Mr. Bean.
Mr. Moore, thank you so much. Appreciate the time. It's a new year, and with every new year, I like to reflect on where am I going? What am I doing? What do I want to accomplish this year? What did I accomplish the year before? And that's a great time to do it with America. Where are we? Where are we? It reminds me, Mr. Speaker, at the Constitutional Convention in 1787, Benjamin Franklin famously looked at the chair behind the presiding officer. It was carved with a sun. And he asked a question that still echoes throughout history. Was the sun rising or was the sun setting? In that moment, a fledgling nation hung in the balance, and even the founding fathers did not know whether liberty would prevail. For far too long, Mr. Speaker, the American people have felt the same uncertainty. Years of what many viewed as America Last policies that left families struggling, dreams deferred, and our nation asking itself, are we on the rise?
Is he going to get his car destroyed by attacking me?
To answer that question,
Assuming
we need
so,
to look
right?
at where we've been for the last year. We need to look at the results that this President Trump, and where the House Republican leadership has taken this country over the last year. Together,
No, he's going to destroy that card. Okay.
we've accomplished real results.
Or at least that's what he wants to do
It starts
anyway.
with tax relief for American families.
Does it
with
negate the attack
working
also?
Families tax cut. Mr. Speaker, do I need to remind you? It's only the largest tax
Oh, it doesn't
cut
negate the
in
attack, he
U.S.
just
history. Workers can keep
stopped
more
trying
of
to
what
attack.
they
I
earn
see.
with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. And seniors, I got good news for you. With a new deduction, you're not going to pay any tax on Social Security benefits. But wait, there's more, Mr. Speaker. We've unleashed American energy, restored our independence, and brought down cost at the pump. Do you know why we don't hear why eggs cost so much anymore, Mr. Speaker? Because they don't. Thank you, President Trump. We've restored law and order and brought accountability by securing the border, supported law enforcement, strengthening the rule of law, shrinking the federal bureaucracy, cutting wasteful spending, and demanding accountability for every taxpayer dollars. We're seeing it in real time. Finally, things are happening. We've rebuilt American strength at home and abroad, revitalizing our military, advancing peace through strength, standing firm with allies and deterring adversaries. And we put veterans first by expanding access to care and ensuring the benefits
card's gonna
that
activate
they've
its
earned,
effect?
and our country has made that promise to them. We're honoring promises, Mr.
Well, it's
Speaker.
not going to activate its effect.
Finally,
Interesting.
we have brought transparency and common sense back to our institutions, dismantling DEI mandates, and restoring fairness, merit, and basic common sense. We've begun to make America healthy again by examining, finally, what's in our food supply, empowering patients, expanding health savings accounts, and improving access and accountability across
GG's to that guy.
We ran on these promises.
Let's see what's happening here.
We delivered on these promises. And Mr. Speaker,
This guy said because of Trump, eggs are affordable now.
is the sun rising or setting? I can say with absolute certainty the sun is rising under the leadership of President Trump, Speaker Mike Johnson, and House Republicans. And make no mistake, more is to come. As the sun rises, we are ushering in America's golden age, a time where renewed prosperity and opportunity for every citizen in every community across this great land. The best days of our nation are still ahead, and together we will make America stronger, safer, and greater than ever before. It's once again, Mr. Speaker, morning in America. I yield back to you, Mr. Moore. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you to the gentleman from Florida, and I feel ready to go out for the second half now. So it is, the sun is rising, and I wish there was a second half to play. I now will yield so much time as he may consume to the gentleman from is it a Commonwealth? It's a Commonwealth. Yep, there you go. Commonwealth of Kentucky, Mr. Barr.
Well, I thank my good friend from Utah for organizing this special order. And Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate a year of success, of restoring the American dream, of making America great again. 1 year ago, Mr. Speaker, President Donald Trump returned to office with a clear mandate from the American people. Secure the border, rebuild the economy, tame inflation, restore American strength, and put American workers first again. In just 1 year, he has delivered. Let's just start at the southern border. President Trump restored order by ending catch and release, reinstating proven enforcement policies, and deploying the resources necessary to defend our homeland. The results were immediate and historic. Illegal crossings collapsed to their lowest level since the 1970s. Net migration turned negative for the first time in 50 years. Fentanyl trafficking at the southern border was cut by more than half, saving American lives. And criminal cartels designated as terrorist organizations were stopped, and the rule of law was reinstated. Thanks to President Trump and his administration, this country removed more than 2.6
that card,
million
not summoned
aliens
it.
from the United States through deportations and voluntary self-departures. More than 400,000 criminal illegal aliens charged with or convicted of crimes deported. And over 2 million self-deportations by ending Biden-era release incentives and restoring credible consequences. This administration proved what Washington refused to admit for years, that border security works when the law is enforced. President Biden used to say that Congress needed to pass bipartisan legislation. No, actually, as it turns out, Mr. Speaker, all we needed was a president with the backbone to secure our border, and that president is Donald Trump. At the same time, President Trump rebuilt an economy that works for all of Americans. Congress passed the largest tax cut
Is that what he rebuilt?
delivering relief directly to families and workers. No taxes on tips, overtime, and Social Security. But in my district,
Proceeding with speech
perfect
special
examples of why
orders.
this legislation really helps people. The Made in America tax provision in the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut Bill, resulted in immediate investment, $2.5 billion investment in Harrodsburg, Kentucky, Mercer County, Kentucky, in my district, where Apple, making the iPhone, decided to move jobs out of China to Kentucky, where now, as a result of the president's leadership and this Republican Congress and the Working Families Tax Cut Bill, all the Gorilla Glass, as they call it,
will be made for the iPhone and Apple Watches at the Corning plant in Harrodsburg, Kentucky. That's a $2.5 billion investment specifically because of this bill in my district. And in addition, we're known as the horse capital of the world in Lexington, Kentucky. And at the Keeneland Sales, it's a world-famous, world-class horse sale, yearling sale every September. $6.5 billion economic impact to the Commonwealth of Kentucky. We're very proud of that. But because of the restoration of 100% bonus depreciation, they set a record this past September. $531 million of yearling horses sold. That means jobs for working Kentuckians. That means more economic activity for working
$531 million
businesses
on horses being sold.
And the grooms and the restaurants. All of that money gets recirculated into the central Kentucky economy. There were over 50 yearlings that were sold for over $1 million each, and the results were phenomenal. A record sale. Now, people around the country may not know about the horse industry, but that's just one industry that was benefited by restoration of full bonus depreciation. And all the buyers at our auction, they said it was bonus depreciation that resulted in this uptick in sales and economic activity. Inflation, which crushed households under the previous administration, is falling sharply. Wages are rising, and the American people are going back to work. 2.4% is
How do you
where
send that card to the
inflation is
graveyard?
now, near the Fed's target for price stability, down 70% from the height.
Oh, it's
of
actually the perfect
Biden's
card that I would
inflation
need for
crisis.
this situation
Lowest
right here.
mortgage rates in 3 years.
Perfect.
And this is where I really think the administration's economic record is something to behold. The largest and fastest blue-collar wage growth in 60 years. So it's not just that prices are coming down, it's that real wages, inflation-adjusted wages, are going up for the American people. And this wasn't an accident. It was a result of pro-growth policy, not just the tax cuts, but deregulation, decreasing the cost of business so those businesses could afford to retain those workers through higher wages and faster wage growth. Confidence is returning to the American economy. And President Trump has taken us from energy desperate under the previous administration to energy dominant again. He declared a national energy emergency, unleashed record oil and natural gas production, reopened millions of acres for responsible energy development, and rolled back radical regulations that were driving up costs. And President Trump in Kentucky, thank you for putting
I didn't need
Kentucky
that
coal
card,
miners
but
back to work, putting Kentucky
good to get
coal
it.
back in our bloodstream. And we don't have a choice
So I can
anymore.
summon this from my hand too, right?
Under the last 16 years, we prematurely retired 290 coal-fired power plants.
Oh, this
while
card has to be in
China
your graveyard.
is building 2 new coal plants a week because they're
see.
committed to winning the AI race. We took over 120 gigawatts of power offline while the energy demands of our country, because of the technologies of the future, because of digital asset innovation, because of quantum computing, and yes, because of artificial intelligence, the energy demands are skyrocketing. It is predicted and projected, Mr. Speaker, that by 2030, power demands resulting from data center construction will triple, just at a time when we have been taking all of this power supply off of our grid and out of our system. We now have a president who is reversing those disastrous choices and putting our coal miners back to work so that we can revitalize this signature industry for the Commonwealth of Kentucky and power the technologies of the future to win the race for AI dominance. President Trump ended the war on coal. He expanded coal leasing, rolled back Biden-era rules targeting coal-fired power plants, and restored common-sense permitting. Coal remains critical for grid reliability, baseload power, and national energy security, and I'm proud to fight side by side with President Trump to ensure that our miners can go back to work, our lights can stay on, and our energy stays American so that we can compete and win against China. And no surprise, gas prices fell to their lowest levels in years, lowering costs for families, farmers,
Oh my
and
goodness.
manufacturures across our country. And
This is
let's
still a
not forget
Republican guy, right?
about all
Yeah.
the accomplishments on the world stage. President Trump restored American leadership and American strength. He got rid of DEI woke ideology at the Pentagon. He focused on rebuilding American
Send it to
military
the
readiness
field.
and lethality and prioritizing
He's gonna send it to his own field.
of
Bro,
the
you're not gonna
American
make it in
military
time
over liberal left-wing politics.
to be able to use that. Nigga,
The result
what?
was clear. He restored American leadership. He destroyed Iran's nuclear weapons capability, reimposed maximum pressure
Oh
on
my
rogue
goodness.
regimes,
Buddy
restored
must have
peace
thought he had
to our key ally
a
in
good
Israel,
card or
returning
something, but he
the
is not.
hostages,
I
dismantling
mean, like, maybe it is a good card, but it's not a good card right now. I can tell you that.
working with
It
our
is not a good
allies
card
in the
right now.
IDF. He
I need to get rid of
dismantled the
this because we have no
narco-terrorist
normal regular
dictatorship of
monsters.
Nicolas
Or
Maduro
no
in Venezuela,
normal
negotiated
level
peace
4 and
agreements
below
on
monsters.
4 different continents,
Where is
proving
that other card?
strength deters conflict and leadership
Same thing here.
produces peace.
Oh, that other card I just
Our
got rid
allies
of
stepped
though.
up,
Hold
our
on.
adversaries stepped back, and America once
come back.
again led from a position of strength and confidence.
What does this
The
card do
results
again?
speak for themselves. A stronger economy, lower inflation,
Oh, yeah, it
higher
has to be one in your
wages,
hand.
lower energy costs, a secure border, energy
Get rid of this card
dominance,
though.
an economic resurgence, a restoration of the American dream, a restoration of common sense. No biological women, no biological men in the private spaces of our daughters. No biological men competing against girls in their sports. Thank goodness we have common
Can you
sense in this
use
country once again.
Ultimate Fusion on this?
And
Target
thank
one
goodness we
fusion or
have a president
polymerization
who looks to the
normal
future,
or quick play spelling out of the
wants to
graveyard.
position the United States to be the leader, the crypto capital of the world by signing into law the Genius Act.
Assume that should
Mr.
work, right?
Speaker, that you and I worked on together by putting into motion an AI action plan so that we can be the dominant leader in artificial intelligence, which has applications in financial services, education, medicine, pharmaceutical development, bringing on efficiencies and productivities in manufacturing.
All right, this
We
is
haven't
probably
even
my last
seen all
match.
the potential.
I'm going to walk the dogs.
And making sure that we can deter our adversaries through the applications that AI presents for
Since
our
it's been about 5 hours.
Mr. Speaker, as President
Almost
Trump
5
would say,
hours.
the
10 minutes
golden
till.
age is here, and we must continue to support our president as he leads this nation forward. I'm proud to work with him to make America great again. And I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from the Commonwealth. It's common among members of Congress, both the House and the Senate, to be strong on policy. There are also many members that are strong communicators. It is very rare, however, to get somebody that is so good at both. And the Commonwealth of Kentucky is extremely lucky to have Andy Barr in representing that amazing state. So thank you for your shared words. And yes, we know the horses. We get it. There's horses. It's a big thing down there. Mr. Speaker, again, just want to thank my colleagues for being here to
Fuck, I
share
was supposed to use this card first. You
as we
idiot.
look back on some of the significant wins.
So we're listening to that guy.
And I wanted to just briefly share a little bit about stuff that doesn't get as much attention. As a proud father of 4 boys, we know that family is everything. Family is at the center of Utah values, and I have dedicated a lot of effort during my time in Congress to advance pro-family legislation. I've worked on legislation to permanently increase the child tax credit from $1,000 to $2,000, indexing the CTC, child tax credit, to inflation, and provide an additional $500 for families through 2028. We work to make the adoption tax credit partially refundable up to $5,000, indexed for inflation, which also begins starting last year in 2025. And one of the most unique things that we accomplished as the Invest America accounts, the Trump accounts, these investment accounts demonstrate to American youth the power of capitalism and compounding interest. There's so much more, but that last piece is gonna.
Does he have a tick when he said? Does he have a tick?
Where there will be $1,000 seated.
Or is this
for each
his
child born to this country?
his
for the
tell
next 4 years.
for lying?
That individual, that child, will be able to track their investment account. Usually that a person doesn't even start until they're 30 years old. Best estimates, you graduate college, you have a little bit of you do student debt, you've got.
Maybe this is how he remembers things. I don't know.
Start contributing to
He was doing this earlier when he was talking about
until
the guy from Kentucky being
30,
well spoken,
maybe even older.
or a good speaker, not even well spoken, being a good good speaker and
whole new
leader for his
kids that are starting to invest
state or
in their
district or
IRA at
whatever.
age 0. 30 extra years of potential compounding growth that will be an absolute game changer. Plus, this has incorporated an enormous amount of attention from the philanthropic space, where Michael and Susan Dell have announced over $6 billion that they're going to create to help children ages 1 through 10 in areas that aren't as economically advantaged, to help those kids take advantage of this program and also create those accounts to watch those grow over time. So it's a game changer and something we're
Maybe
really
we should have
excited
put Silver Crown on the.
And on to this week, we're voting on
on the field.
legislation to support families and pregnant women. We just passed the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women's, but it's the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women
What is
and
this
Families
card
Act,
for real?
ensuring that young families have access
Right for
to prenatal
cracking.
vitamins, formula, diapers, ensuring that TANF dollars can be used
Bro,
to
what?
support pregnancy resource centers. The Pregnant Student Rights Act provides guidance and resources to pregnant students so that no student feels forced to choose between her education and her child. And last week, I also introduced the Safe Kids Act to prevent foreign adversarial nations.
This can also attack
from
multiple
using
times?
The American
Okay.
surrogacy industry to obtain U.S. citizenship for their children and traffic infants abroad. Most of the developed world
That's what I
has
get for not
already
using
banned international
pot of
commercial
extravagance
surrogacy
first.
due to the trafficking risks, and this bill is a strong step in the right direction to prevent bad faith actors from taking advantage of U.S. surrogate mothers and the children they bear. I'm proud to champion legislation that directly benefits Utahns and families across the country. We have strong families, we have strong communities, and these bills reflect our dedication to supporting them. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Steve Hyatt, the recipient of Hill Air Force Base 2025 Community Wingman Award. Hill Air Force Base is one of the most important contributors to Northern Utah's economy and livelihood, employing over 23,000 military and civilian employees. Every year since 2007, they have given one individual the Community Wingman Award in recognition of their support for the base and its personnel. This gives the base an opportunity to recognize the impact that Utahns in the surrounding communities have on the success of the base. Few people have supported Hill Air Force Base more than Steve Hyatt. For nearly a decade, he served the city of Kaysville, Utah, as a city councilman
See what happens
and
first.
a mayor
Oh, he's not gonna do
in the
anything?
adjacent community to Hill Air
Okay.
Force Base. During this time, he ensured that the community fostered a strong relationship with the base. After serving in elected office, Steve remained highly integrated in the Hill community by serving as the vice president of the Utah Defense Alliance and as Air Combat Command civic leader, and 3 terms as
Told me he
honorary
was going to destroy alternate dragon so I can use a
each of these
special effect,
positions,
but I guess
Steve
not.
works directly with service members and leadership stationed at Hill to better understand and assist their mission. His work has ensured that Hill will continue to be a successful and
But he
important
said not
contributor
today.
to our national defense for years to come. I'm proud to recognize Steve's strong example and of service, and my congratulations for this well-earned award. I thank him for his support of Hill Air Force Base and his many contributions to our state as a councilman, mayor, and community member. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back the remainder of my time to the chair.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subra Mayam, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks 16 years since the Supreme Court's disastrous decision in Citizens United. The decision to overturn critically important limits on political spending by corporations and billionaires. And we said it at the time, and it has come true. The decision has unleashed unprecedented spending by dark money groups on our elections. And now campaigns are often defined not by candidates' record or their ideas, but rather by their access to dark money. The wealthiest individuals and corporations can now help skew elections single-handedly by giving millions to their preferred candidate. They can block progress that they don't want to see. In fact, the world's richest man spent more than $250 million to help President Trump get elected in 2024. And let's talk about that 2024 cycle. Super PAC spent $4.5 billion. That's up from $2.3 billion in 2022, almost double in 2 years. And that's more money than the GDP of Greenland. And in the 2024 presidential election, the biggest super PACs supporting majority party nominees raked in $865 million from donors who contributed $5 million or more alone. And each year, our elections are increasingly defined not by big spenders, by the biggest spenders. Between 2010 and 2024, the percentage of federal election spending by the top 100 individual donors has jumped from 2% to almost 15%. That's 8 times as much. This has resulted in Americans losing faith in the integrity of our elections and the integrity of our democracy. Because our democracy is predicated on the idea that every voice matters, regardless of how much money you have. And when the wealthy few can drown out the many, we lose sight of who we are supposed to serve. Policymaking gets overshadowed by these special interests. But after Citizens United, too often it is small groups of corporations and billionaires tipping the scales based on who serves their business interests. This can and must end. The American people have a voice, and if the majority support a candidate or a reform, that should win the day alone. We must limit super PACs, dark money, and excessive campaign spending, and we must restore trust in the political process. We must restore democracy to the way our founders intended, centered around equal access to government. And we must overturn Citizens United. We have that power. I thank you to my colleagues for joining me today and Assistant Leader Neguse for organizing today. I look forward to hearing from my many colleagues in the next hour about how we can tackle this important issue. And so now I yield to the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Grijalva, for as much time as she may consume.
I like what he said.
Okay.
That was good commentary.
Thank you, Representative
In super PACs.
I rise today to speak about the single greatest force that continues to distort our democracy, the role of money in our politics. 16 years ago today, the Supreme Court's Citizens United decision opened the floodgates to unlimited corporate and billionaire spending in our elections, drowning out the voices of working people. The decision overturned a long-standing precedent that rooted on independent political spending by corporations and billionaires. The conservative majority embraced the idea that spending money on elections equals speech, that corporations are entitled to the same speech rights as people, giving carte blanche to corporations and billionaires to spend unlimited money. When money is allowed to dominate, it blocks progress on everything else. Private prison and immigrant detention.
It doesn't stop me from
spend
destroying
millions
this card.
to influence elections and policy.
Okay, it doesn't.
All while people die
But
in
he
their
still
facilities.
activates an effect, though.
3 people have died in just the last 6 weeks at a privately run tent camp in El Paso. Fossil fuel and mining companies pour enormous sums into elections to block climate action, while communities like mine in Arizona face record heat, drought, and wildfires, and continue to deal with the devastating impact to our water and land and environment. The gun lobby spends millions to stop life-saving reforms, while my friend and Congresswoman Gabby Giffords continues fighting for common sense gun laws so that tragedies like that massive shooting in Tucson never happen again. Nowhere is this corruption more visible than in the White House, where policy decisions are increasingly shaped by the interest of wealthy donors and corporate insiders. Literally, it feels like there is a sign in front of the White House saying, "For sale, justice for sale." We should be clear, Congress doesn't have to wait to act. We can ban members of Congress from holding and trading stock. We can pass transparency laws like the Disclose Act. Ultimately, we need to pass constitutional amendment reversing Citizens United. This is a choice between democracy that serves donors or one that serves people. The choice couldn't be clearer. 16 years after Citizens United, we need to shift the power back to everyday Americans and away from those who can write the biggest checks. It's past time we reverse course on Citizens United. It's time to act and end Citizens United. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there are a lot of reforms people have proposed to overturn the damage done by Citizens United. I introduced legislation yesterday, the Campaign and Election Accountability Act, and one of the things that Citizens United did was make it easier for foreign nationals to funnel money into the U.S. elections. And now the Federal Election Campaign Act currently prohibits foreign nationals from contributing to U.S. elections and political campaigns. However, it does not prohibit Americans from assisting foreign nationals from seeking to do so. We don't know if they are wanting to donate for nefarious reasons or if they just like a candidate, but we must ensure that our elections are free and fair from foreign influence. It is a small tweak, but my bill will prohibit Americans from assisting foreign nationals who want to contribute to U.S. elections. And this way, we can all have faith that only Americans are contributing to our campaigns. And for now, this is a step in the right direction as we all work towards the larger goal of overturning Citizens United.
I've already used
I
this
hear
card.
from a lot of constituents about what is the disconnect between Washington's policies and what's happening for everyday Americans, because Americans are living through one of the worst cost of living crises in modern history. Working families are struggling with rising expenses like healthcare and housing and utilities and groceries, and yet they have representation that seems to reflect the very wealthiest. We just passed a tax cut for the very wealthiest Americans this last summer, and people don't understand why. But if you look back at what happened with Citizens United, you realize that influence on our campaigns and elections is why you end up with policies like that. And so this is why we have to make sure that we overturn Citizens United. And so I'm going to yield for as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
We are still watching. We're playing Yu-Gi-Oh, but we're also watching. Because now they're just doing special speeches, so we're not really fully watching. But we're about to get off anyway.
I want to thank my colleague from Virginia.
Because they finished up with the actual bills and stuff.
But he has already made an outsized impact during the course of his 13 months of service in this august body, taking on corruption.
Or 47 maybe.
I am deeply grateful
Somewhere around there.
for his efforts in that regard.
About an hour ago.
With respect to overturning Citizens
But I'll tell you one thing. Some of the things that some of these members have been talking about,
become so pervasive here in Washington, D.C.
crazy. There's a black guy up there praising Trump.
I stand on
You
the
know,
floor
since he's been in office,
People's House
America's been getting better and better.
I believe to be
Oh my
an
goodness.
urgent message.
You know, everybody didn't want him here, but he's so great.
Political corruption
And I thank him and I support him so much.
16 years ago, to this very
You know what I'm
day,
saying? Pick that cotton boy.
Supreme Court issued its ruling in Citizens United versus federal.
It was like those woke DEI policies. You know, and I wasn't fully tuned in at first. And then I was like, wait a second.
And limits
I thought he was being sarcastic. Nah, he was dead ass. Like, I was like, bruh, your body looks like it's giving up on you, bruh.
system where money speaks louder than everyday Americans. It has shifted.
He had to move while he was talking just to be able to get all that bullshit out.
Americans, from the folks in our communities that we are privileged to serve.
He's speaking from his
Instead,
chest.
These shadowy special interests that flood
Aries ascending.
your television screen.
Said sarcastic face with tears of joy. Face with tears
In
of
my
joy.
view,
I was hoping he really was being sarcastic, some satirical irony or something. Nah, he was dead ass. It was like, bro, these woke DEI policies, bro. You know, these and I was like, man, bro, it's like,
for far too long, this chamber
nigga, what?
to do what needs
I
to
think
be
he was like a
done
Republican in Arkansas. Was it Arkansas? I don't even know if it was Arkansas.
cannot accept that.
It might have been Arkansas. It could have been somewhere else.
As you know,
So
Mr.
if I'm mistaken, I'm sorry.
Earlier this
But I
year,
know
I
he is a
introduced
Republican, that's for sure.
legislation in the form of a proposed amendment to the United States Constitution that would revoke Citizens United. It would ensure transparency through our campaign finance reform and prevent unrestrained spending and dark money in our elections.
Some guy was like, Trump's so great.
Said one of those states on the lower end of the education ranking.
Literally.
And I want to
Literally.
my Democratic colleagues, 73 of them, who've already.
And I was waiting for somebody to hit him with the, wow, you're so well spoken. It was like,
Of this effort, this clarion
nigga,
call,
what's wrong with you, bruh?
supporting the restoration of integrity, of transparency to Washington. Together, I honestly believe, with enough reformers, we can change the Congress.
Damn.
We can ban stock trading by members of Congress. We can end dark money in our politics. We can overturn Citizens United. We just have to have the political will to do it. I thank the gentleman from Virginia for having that will, and all of my colleagues who joined us on the floor this evening, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. I now yield to the gentleman from Hawaii for as much time as she may consume.
The gentlewoman from Hawaii.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the 15th
Mr.
anniversary
Speaker.
of Citizens United. This decision did not rewrite campaign finance law.
Is her collar
It
tucked inside of her
sold
shirt?
democracy to the highest bidder. Before Citizens United, elections were about persuading voters.
Like right here? Like it's
After it, they
tucked
became
into her
about
shirt, right?
courting billionaires. As of 2025,
And also-
there are 2,502 super PACs. For the
What's up with this
2024
getup?
election, they've taken
I'm not
in
mad at the shirt. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here.
much of it dark money, much of it undisclosed, and much of it designed to drown out the voices of everyday
Legit.
Americans.
Legitty.
Be clear. This isn't free speech.
Girl, why is your clothes only partially on? It's like, nah. Why is this not? Is this throwing me off because it's not
They
even?
become shadow campaigns, circumventing coordination laws, allowing unlimited.
It's not even
anonymous
like-
contributions, and turning elections into auctions.
It's not even like-
And what does that buy you?
It looks crazy. Like it just looks like it's tucked in. And at the back, it almost looks like it's a clean transition to this
In contracts from the
to
very
this collar.
agencies he later doged. It's a parasitic paid-to-play system disguised as innovation. Meanwhile,
Maybe she had to switch shirts.
nurses, construction
Shirts.
workers,
Maybe she spilled her coffee or something.
higher effective tax
Maybe that's
rates
what happened.
We need
than
to see
private
the back
equity
face with tears
executives.
of joy, face with
Families
tears of
struggle
joy.
with housing
You need to see where
costs,
she's walking away.
child care, while Congress stalls.
Actually, I feel like I saw a fold up there
Angering the super PACs that
when she turned her head right there. I think I saw like a slight fold.
That fear is the point.
Uh.
Dark money doesn't just influence policy, it changes behavior. It makes members of Congress think twice before doing the right thing because they know one vote could trigger a massive smear campaign. The losers aren't Democrats or Republicans. The losers in all of this are the American people. Across
This is true.
parties, across states whose voices
Said
are
maybe
being
she was
drowned out.
getting nasty in a janitor's closet
15
with the
years
guy
later,
from Arizona.
the verdict is in. Citizens
I hope
United
not.
has sold out our democracy
I hope not,
and all Americans across the country.
because she's advocating for this
Past time
bill.
to end the era.
So I
Billionaires
hope
by
not.
access, by silence, and by power. Congress must act. Close
That's the only value I
coordination,
see in him.
Rein in the super PACs and restore the
Schlong.
simplest idea that in America, people, not money, govern. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I didn't want to draw another trap card, bro. I just drew like 4 trap cards. I can't do shit. It's
Ms. Fauci.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today marks 16 years since the Supreme Court handed down its disastrous Citizens United decision, a ruling that opened the
You know, I've heard somebody make similar commentary today. Not those exact commentary.
fundamentally
Is that a wig?
distorted our democracy. By discarding decades of precedent, the Supreme Court declared that unlimited spending in elections poses no threat to our democratic system and that corporations are entitled to the same political rights as the people whose lives are governed by the outcomes of those decisions. What emerged
Well,
from
then.
this transfer of power was an election system that no longer depends primarily on voters, but rather on outside entities whose sole purpose
Come on, let me
is to
activate my
spend
special
unlimited
effect.
money, often
Destined
without
Rivals.
public accountability
Come on.
to influence who holds power and how that power is used. Since Citizens United, we have watched a parallel political
Oh,
system
well, I
take
guess I'm
shape.
about to lose.
One dominated by super PACs and dark money
That's my other card.
organizations that can raise
I can't
and
even use
spend
this. That's
unlimited
unfortunate.
sums and operate with fewer rules, less transparency, and the ability to determine election outcomes long before voters cast a ballot. A small
That is
number
true.
of wealthy donors now wield influence far out of proportion to the voters they seek to affect. This concentration of power has consequences for how this institution functions. When unlimited outside spending can be deployed against a single vote, it shapes the decisions lawmakers can take. It narrows the range of feasibility policy. It rewards delay and protects entrenched interests, often at the expense of the public's priorities. Meanwhile, Americans face one of the most pressing affordability crises in decades. Healthcare, housing, childcare, energy, and grocery costs are all rising, yet policies that could provide immediate relief are repeatedly stalled. At the same time, industries that benefit from higher costs or weaker enforcement continue to earn record profits and protect their advantage with unlimited.
It's 5:52. I said something about getting off around 5:30.
United did not create
So
these problems.
let's go ahead and
enabled
wrap
them
things
to
up here.
persist.
I'm sorry, girl, but we got to shut you up. It's time to go walk them dogs, you know, do the routine, you know, hit the gym, show up to the stream late as fuck, because, you know, we love to work out and
Aries ascending.
make Aries hate us for
Said the usual.
making her buy games and never playing with her. Hey, yo. But yeah. So on that note, if you haven't already, hit that follow button.
Me bookmarks.
Exactly, not getting bookmarks. Exactly. Oh yeah, speaking of bookmarks, what the fuck? When did Doodle Bob fall over? You know what I'm saying? We printed out another Mr. Potter. Little Potter one, you know. Train, castle, Hedwig. But yeah, we'll get you these bookmarks. Get you some bookmarks.
Said, I think you might have a favorite fantasy series, LOL.
No. There just aren't that many Dune bookmarks. There's only like a couple. Don't worry. Dune is the priority here.
Aries ascending. Said oh.
Yeah. Now, if I was 3D modeling my damn self, I should probably do a 3D modeling stream. Because I don't do that. But it'd be helpful if I did. But yeah, if you haven't already, hit that follow button, hit that bell notification icon so you can stay updated when we go live. If you hate ads, hit that sub button. If you don't, it's all good. You support the stream by watching the ads, not watching the ads, not watch the ads for real. And on that note, before I start rapping and doing some other shit, we had 5 words today for a Japanese word of the day. So make sure you get the list. You can hit it in the chat, !word, or actually don't do that. Because I didn't update today's. It's going to give you yesterday's. Look in the bio. The links are in the bio. The book list link is in the bio. The word list link is in the bio. Have fun. Enjoy. Anzini. Kyotsukete. Kyotsukete. Kyotsukete.
Ascending. Said waving hand medium skin tone.
Chamada. Kyotsukete. Sayonara. Now see y'all the next one. Until the next one, this is the next one. Oyasumi for my people who I won't see again. And if I see you later, you already know what's good. But if not, I'll see you in the next one. Until the next one, this is